Chapter 1354. The second step of refining the swords was the most important process. Not only did this step determine the success of the refinement, but it also determined the quality of the sword. If an immortal sword was successfully refined, its quality would depend on this step. Jianshan and the sword spirits began to get busy at this step. With the sword spirits leading the charge, they constantly inscribed sword formations into the swords. As the sword formations were inscribed into the swords that were about to take shape, the dull swords began to shine with a weak light. They were filled with a sharp presence. The light rapidly became stronger as more and more sword formations were inscribed into the swords. The second step of refining the swords was an extremely long process. Jianshan channeled chaotic force into the two swords with his left hand to refine them further. At the same time, he did this so that the chaotic force could fuse with the swords even more perfectly. Meanwhile, his left hand burned with chaotic flames as he nurtured the two swords that had already entered the process of condensing. He wanted the sword formation to fuse perfectly with the swords, making it impossible for them to be separated. The chaotic flames consumed an extremely large amount of chaotic force. Jianshan had been using the chaotic flames for several days, so the chaotic Niden in his dantian had clearly shrunk. Several days later, several dozen divine halls hovered in the air above the ruins of Mercenary City. They surrounded the city, while an empty region was left above the seal of Mercenary City. No one stayed there, just in case they were struck by the streams of energy from the spatial tunnel. The four races each occupied an area. The races were clearly distinguished. Humans were the most prominent, having basically gathered all the Holy Emperor of the entire continent. Next were the 100 races. 3/4 of the experts of the Wasteland continent were stationed here with forbidden artifacts. They had even brought the treasures of their races. The magical beasts had fewer experts than the 100 races, but the 3 Holy Emperor had all arrived. They all remained in their own divine halls, forming an invisible pressure that suppressed everyone present. The sea race had the fewest people. They only had a few dozen people, but no one dared to underestimate them. Several Emperor armaments were stabbed into the ground. They radiated with terrifying pulses of energy, causing the surrounding space to tremble. They were extremely powerful. All the experts of Mercenary City gathered in one of the divine halls on the human side. The person leading them was the Grand Elder of Mercenary City. The Grand Elder sat at the highest point of the divine hall. His face was sunken and extremely stern. There was also a sliver of worry on his face. He murmured, "The Great Elder still hasn't refined the Supreme Divine Hall. I wonder when he'll succeed. If he succeeds, we'll have even greater confidence in dealing with the invasion of the foreign world. I hope they don't come too early, or we won't be able to stop them with our strength." Changyang Qingyun has taken away their ancestral artifact as well. Changyang Zhu Shao and Changyang Qingyun left together back then, but Changyang Zhu Shao has returned long ago. Changyang Qingyun and the other great elders are nowhere to be seen. Who knows where they've gone with the ancestral artifact? Have they changed their minds and are unwilling to lend it out? The 6th Elder of Mercenary City asked. The Grand Elder remained silent for a while before standing up. He said, "I'll go see Changyang Zhu Shao right now and ask him what's going on." The ancestral artifacts of the Protector clans are extremely important to stopping the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints. If Great Elder Tianjian uses the ancestral artifacts to cast down the supreme killing formation the City Lord left behind in the past, we'll be able to stop them for a while even if the world of Forsaken Saints mobilizes an army of Saint Emperors. The Grand Elder left the Divine Hall of Mercenary City and directly entered Changyang Zhu Zhao's Divine Hall to ask about the situation. He wanted to continue borrowing the Emperor armament of Changyang Prefecture. "Grand Elder, you may not know this, but something has happened in our Changyang Prefecture. The founding ancestor of Changyang Prefecture, Yang Lai, has returned. The ancestor has taken the Emperor armament with him. The great elders of the Yuan and Qing branches have all been heavily injured and are currently recovering in seclusion. They can't come here for now. Changyang Zhu Shao hesitated before telling the truth in the end. Although the return of the ancestor was unbelievable, the tyrant's blade school had already set a precedent. What? The founding ancestor of your Changyang prefecture is still alive? The Grand Elder of Mercenary City was shocked. After all, it had already been 1,000,000 years since the Changyang clan had been founded. It was even older than the history of Mercenary City. Changyang Zhu Shao gently sighed. His emotions were mixed. The return of their founding ancestor was something worth rejoicing over, but Changyang Zhu Shao was unable to rejoice no matter what. This was because the founding ancestor's former identity was actually his great-grandson. The seniority was a complete mess. Because of this matter, Changyang Zhu Yunshao and Changyang Zhu Yeyun remained silent throughout this period of time. They were depressed. The Grand Elder fell silent for quite a while before finally accepting this shocking matter. He then asked, Changyang Zhu Shao, may I ask where the senior is right now? He left with the founding ancestor of the tyrant's blade school, Gui Haidao. I don't know where he is, but the ancestor will recover his strength very soon. When the world of Forsaken Saints invades, the ancestor should appear, said Changyang Zhu Shao. Fantastic, fantastic. This is just fantastic. The Grand Elder was overjoyed. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City was overjoyed. With that, the strength of the Tian-Yuan continent would increase drastically. When the Great Elder of the Tyrant's Blade School said that their ancestor had returned, I thought it was a joke. I never thought it would be true, the Grand Elder murmured to himself as he sighed emotionally. At this moment, a saint ruler from Mercenary City hurried in. He clasped his hands and said, Grand Elder, there are 3 saint rulers outside who wish to see you. They say that they have something important to report, and it might even be related to the world of Forsaken Saints. The Grand Elder's face changed slightly with that. He clasped his hands at Changyang Zhu Shao before leaving the Divine Hall in a hurry. Outside, the Grand Elder saw the 3 saint rulers who had returned from the volcanoes in the far west. The 3 saint rulers reported what they had seen and their guesses to the Grand Elder. This raised the Grand Elder's great attention. Very soon, many experts from the 4 races hurried over. During this sensitive period of time, anything related to the world of Forsaken Saints would affect them. Is this caused by the scorching divine phoenix in seclusion? A Class 8 magical beast in human form asked among the magical beasts. But we can't sense any magical beasts, the 3 saint rulers politely replied. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly before the Holy Emperor. No matter what has happened, we should go and take a look. If it really is an expert of the scorching divine phoenix clan cultivating there, we can invite them to join us and protect our world together. However, if it's another tunnel from the world of Forsaken Saints, we can discover it early and stop them in time, the Grand Elder said with a heavy voice. Afterward, the 4 races each sent a few experts to the volcanoes in the far west to check on the situation. The volcanoes of the extreme west were currently undergoing earth-shattering changes. Within a radius of 200,000 miles, all the volcanoes were in a state of eruption, spewing out massive amounts of flames and magma into the sky. The world was crimson red, and the boundless sea of magma beneath their feet was violently tumbling. Just by taking a deep breath, one would feel as if they had inhaled a mass of blazing flames into their body. The temperature was terrifyingly high. This definitely isn't caused by the scorching divine phoenix. It's impossible for her to make all the volcanoes in a radius of 200,000 kilometers change like this. There's no presence here either, a magical beast said with a heavy voice. His face immediately became ugly. He had already realized that the changes were probably related to the world of Forsaken Saints. Let's go in and investigate immediately, the Grand Elder said with a heavy voice. He used his saint force and the chi of the world to protect himself as he flew into the depths of the volcanoes. Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi appeared after they traveled over 10,000 kilometers, causing all of them to shiver in fear. The sword chi was just too powerful. It possessed a presence that seemed to be able to destroy the world. It ripped through space and spread out in all directions in a mighty manner. "Look, what's that?" Suddenly, a holy emperor pointed ahead and cried out. Everyone looked over and saw two pillars of light, one violet and one azure, shoot into the sky. They pierced through the clouds and reduced the thick, red clouds to nothingness. It was a shocking sight. What's that? Could it be that a treasure has appeared? I feel like the unbelievably powerful sword chi is coming from there. Strange. Why do the two pillars of light seem like two swords? All the holy emperors stared at the two pillars of light as they discussed among themselves. Their faces were filled with surprise. The two pillars of light really do seem like two supreme swords. Why is something like this happening in the volcanoes? Has some treasure of the world appeared here? A few holy emperors could not help themselves when they heard that it was a treasure of the world. They broke away from the group and flew forward. Their eyes burned with desire. Chapter 1355. The volcanoes in the surroundings continued to erupt, spewing out large amounts of white flames and terrifying heat. Experts from the human race, the beast race, the 100 races, and the sea race all rushed towards the treasures. Everyone wanted to obtain them and greatly increase their strength. Along the way, they constantly dodged the lava falling from the sky. Although the lava was densely packed, they were all experts of the saint kings of the Holy Lands. However, all of them were saint kings. Their comprehension of the mysteries of space was incomparable to that of saint rulers, so it was easy for them to dodge. Clearly, they also knew that the terrifying white lava was very powerful. Even the 9th heavenly layer Holy Emperor would not touch it. Even if they were unable to dodge, they would still disperse the lava, not daring to let it touch them. The treasure is mine. No one can take it away from me. As long as I obtain it, I won't be afraid even if I have to face a holy emperor. I might even be able to use the treasure to become a holy emperor. A 9th heavenly layer holy emperor thought to himself. His eyes were filled with greed and yearning. He possessed wind-attributed saint force, and his comprehension of the mysteries of space was extremely high, so he charged at the very front. At this moment, a silver-white spear of light shot over with lightning-like speed, stabbing toward the back of the Saint King at the very front. The person who had attacked was an 8th heavenly layer Saint King. He wanted to stop the person at the very front and prevent him from taking the lead. The 9th heavenly layer Saint King at the very front was infuriated. Saint Force surged out of his body, enveloping him. An azure sword immediately appeared in his hand, and he turned around to disperse the spear that had shot at him from behind. Boom! The two collided, erupting with a violent boom. The battle between holy emperors could cause mountains to crumble. The shock waves from their clash struck the sea of lava below, causing huge waves to rise. The white lava seemed to transform into fiery dragons as it soared into the sky. The temperature was extremely high. The holy emperors in the back, who were unable to dodge, all moved to disperse the lava. Powerful beams of energy tore through the sky and collided with the lava, erupting with a series of muffled booms. Everyone used their tyrannical methods to sweep away the obstacles in front of them. The wave-like lava was immediately dispersed by the holy emperors, turning into sparks that shot out in all directions. They were as dense as raindrops, making it even more difficult to dodge. Very soon, several holy emperors were gathered together. The power of the white lava had already exceeded everyone's imagination. The barrier of the holy emperors was penetrated by the raindrop-sized lava. Then, the hot lava penetrated their bodies, leaving behind finger-sized holes. The holes rapidly expanded, reaching the size of a fist. The faces of the holy emperors paled. They let out a muffled groan and immediately stopped advancing, retreating at top speed. This was because when the raindrop-sized lava penetrated their bodies, a violent fire poison was left in their bodies. If they didn't get rid of it in time, it would cause even greater harm to them. What a powerful lava! The fate of the holy emperors was seen by many people, and they were immediately shocked. The terror of the white lava far exceeded their expectations. However, this was far from enough to dampen their determination to fight for the treasure. As the purple and azure pillars of light got closer and closer, more and more battles broke out. Everyone wanted to be the first to get the treasure. They didn't want others to get ahead of them. As a result, every time someone rushed to the front, they would be attacked by several or even more powerhouses. More and more people were injured. There was even a sixth celestial layer holy emperor who fell into the sea of lava below. When he came back up, his whole body was burning with raging flames. Even with his body as a magical beast of the eighth step, he was only left with half his life. His body had suffered extremely serious injuries, and his flesh had dried up. Suddenly, a powerful energy fluctuation was transmitted over. A perfect circle holy emperor who was only a meter tall took out a shield. The shield expanded in the wind, turning into a shield with a diameter of 30 meters behind him. At the same time, he rushed out like an arrow, instantly overtaking everyone and taking the lead. Immediately, the holy emperors in the back all attacked the short holy emperor, but their attacks were all blocked by the huge shield. Over 20 holy emperors attacked at the same time, but they were unable to even shake the shield, let alone destroy it. That's the forbidden artifact of the dwarves, the Heaven's Guard. A knowledgeable holy emperor cried out. What? That's the Heaven's Guard. It's said that even the holy emperor can't destroy it. It's the proudest work of a powerful ancestor of the dwarves, and it's been passed down since ancient times. I never thought that the dwarves would actually bring it here. He has the Heaven's Guard. We can't stop him at all. Let's stop fighting and chase after him, or the treasure will end up in the hands of the 100 races. This is our Tian Yuan continent. Even if a treasure of the world appears, it should belong to us humans. What right do you have to fight over it? A holy emperor bellowed from behind. He was extremely furious, and they all stopped fighting. They dodged the lava as they chased after the dwarf as quickly as they could. Very soon, everyone entered the range of 100 kilometers from the Pillar of Light. However, at this moment, the dwarven expert at the very front with the Heaven's Guard behind him suddenly let out a strange cry, as if he had encountered something terrifying. His charging figure came to an abrupt halt before flying backwards as quickly as he could. As he retreated, his clothes were reduced to tatters that drifted down from the sky before being reduced to ashes. His bronze skin was covered in a dense layer of wounds. Every single wound was extremely small, so small that it was difficult to see them with the naked eye. However, they were so deep that his bones could be seen. Bright red blood gushed out, and in the blink of an eye, the dwarf was covered in blood. He bellowed out and raised the Heaven's Guard above his head. The edge of the shield immediately fell down, forming an eggshell that enveloped the dwarf, isolating him from the outside world. Even with that being the case, the shield still produced a series of clangs that were as dense as raindrop. At the same time, the many holy emperor experts behind charged in as well. However, without any exception, all of them suffered from an unknown attack as soon as they entered the range of 100 kilometers. Even with the protection of Saint Force, it was unable to protect them. All of them suffered the same injuries as the dwarf. This is sword chi. Heavens, what powerful sword chi, and it's invisible. Everyone retreat. Oh no, this place has been enveloped by a supreme sword intent. The elemental energy and the air have been changed by the sword intent, turning into invisible sword chi that is everywhere. The sword intent is just too powerful. We can't stop it. Everyone retreat. Chapter 1356. What kind of treasure is this? It's so powerful and terrifying that even our holy emperor can't get within 100 kilometers of it. I'm guessing that this treasure of heaven and earth is most likely a peerless divine sword that possesses world-shaking might. To be able to emit such terrifying sword chi under the circumstances where no one is controlling it, its might isn't the slightest bit inferior to the ancestral artifacts of the 10 great guardian clans. The appearance of the treasure at such a crucial time is probably related to the world of Forsaken Saints. Perhaps the treasure here is the key to supporting the world of Forsaken Saints. Fantastic. I just happen to be skilled with the sword. I've been immersed in the sword for several thousand years. Although I dare not claim that I've reached the apex of swordsmanship, there are very few people in the world who can match up to me. This treasure is perfect for me. If I'm lucky enough to obtain it, I will definitely protect the Tian Yuan continent to the best of my ability, the ancestor of the Empire of Forsaken Saints said solemnly. The ancestral emperor of the Felicity Empire said solemnly. His heart was also filled with desire. Although he was also covered in blood, he gave off the might of an emperor that he had accumulated over many years. Everyone retreated 100 kilometers from the treasure. No one dared to take another step forward. Even the dwarf with the Heaven's Guard did not venture any further. Although he could remain unscathed under the protection of the Heaven's Guard, he was still trapped in the eggshell of the shield, so he was unable to obtain the treasure. Of course, this was not the reason why the dwarf did not want to venture any further. The reason why he did not dare to act recklessly was because he had sensed a presence that made his heart palpitate. The dwarf calmed down. He stood 100 kilometers away with the Heaven's Guard that had shrunk to a meter in diameter. He stared at the azure and violet pillars of light in interest before looking at the boundless sea of volcanoes in the surroundings. After a moment of thought, he seemed to understand something and his face immediately changed. He cursed, "I'm not taking part in this. The treasure isn't something we can take." The dwarf immediately called out to the other people of the 100 races. He communicated with them through a secret technique before leaving without any reluctance. The expressions of the peak experts of the 100 races changed slightly. They were extremely shocked. They glanced deeply at the azure pillar of light before all of them chose to leave silently. The people of the 100 races have retreated. Could it be that they already know something? Immediately, a human race expert voiced his doubts. What could they possibly know? Everyone has seen the might of this treasure. It's probably even more powerful than the ancestral artifacts of the 10 great protector clans. Even the Holy Emperor couldn't get close to it. I'm afraid only the Holy Emperor has the ability to fight for it. Where did the 100 races find the Holy Emperor? They know they're too weak, so they gave up, a beast race expert immediately said disdainfully. He didn't have a good impression of the 100 races. The 100 clans did not go far. Instead, they stopped at the edge of the volcano range and watched. Before long, several tremendous presences enveloped the entire range of volcanoes. The matter had already reached the ears of the Holy Emperor. The 3 Holy Emperors of the magical beasts and the Holy Emperor of the humans, the Path Lord of carnal desires, had all arrived. They were extremely powerful, standing at the apex of the world. With the entire world in perspective, there were only a few experts at such a level of cultivation. Aside from the barrier spirit, there was no one else who could suppress them. As soon as the 4 of them entered the range of volcanoes, they directly charged towards the azure pillar of light. They moved extremely quickly, as if they had teleported. In the end, they arrived on the largest volcano unscathed. They stared at the 2 pillars of light at the mouth of the volcano from a close distance. A barrier of energy that could shake the surroundings enveloped them, blocking the invisible sword chi in the surroundings. Even with that being the case, the barrier around them gently trembled. The Path Lord of carnal desires looked at the bottom of the volcano and glanced at the 3 Holy Emperor of the magical beast. A sliver of undetectable coldness flashed through his eyes before he directly leapt into the lava at the bottom of the volcano. The three holy emperor of the magical beasts did not hesitate when they saw this. They all jumped in as well. They had already witnessed the power of the treasure, so even as holy emperor, they wanted it for themselves. In the distance, the Grand Elder of Mercenary City sighed helplessly. He murmured, "It's a pity that the Great Elder is refining the Divine Hall in seclusion, and the barrier spirit is nowhere to be seen. Otherwise, the treasure might have ended up in the hands of our mercenary city." Seeing the four holy emperors enter the volcano, the surrounding holy emperors all showed reluctance. They were all tempted by such a powerful treasure, but unfortunately, they were not as powerful as the holy emperor, so they were unable to get within 100 kilometers of the treasure. "I hope the treasure doesn't end up in the hands of outsiders," a few of the holy emperors prayed inside. Even if someone else obtained the treasure, they still hoped that the person who obtained it would be a member of the Tian-Yuan continent. At this moment, an extremely bright violet and azure light shot out, enveloping the largest volcano in the center. At that moment, the scarlet-red volcano was dyed half violet and half azure by the light. Countless strands of sword chi shuttled through the violet and azure light. They were not invisible, but they had materialized. Each strand of sword chi was only the size of a finger, but they were extremely dazzling. They shone with a bright white light. At the same time, a terrifying energy erupted from the volcano, causing it to violently tremble. Many rocks were shattered, and the entire volcano shrank by half. The four saint emperors who had just leapt into the sea of lava all shot into the sky. Flames burned around them as they rose into the sky like four balls of fire. Very soon, the flames were put out, revealing the four of them. They seemed to be in rather horrible shape. Although they were not injured, they had been forced out of the lava. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires and the three Saint Emperors were filled with shock. They all stared down sternly and remained silent. After a long while, the Path Lord said, "This seems to be sword chi, but it's also a little different." His voice was very heavy. The power of the treasure had completely exceeded their imaginations. Probably even the Emperor armaments of the Protector clans could not compare to it. The sword chi doesn't seem to be condensed from Saint Force, nor is it World Force. It seems like sword chi, but it's not sword chi. However, it's terrifyingly powerful. "I've never seen it before," Lankiro said with a heavy voice. "The strange sword chi can already injure us, but it's not enough to threaten our lives. Let's just charge in," Kaiser said coldly as his eyes shone with a shocking light. The Path Lord shook his head. "Treasures of the world have appeared before in history. According to the records of the ancient records, treasures of the world are born from nature. Once they're formed, they'll emerge from the ground, unlike right now. I think the treasure is still in the process of being nurtured and hasn't fully formed. If we try to force it, we'll probably destroy it." "That's right. Let's wait for a while. Now might not be the right time to take the treasure. If we don't grasp it well, this treasure with enough power to shake the heavens and earth might even be buried in our hands." His white robes fluttered in the wind. He had a ruddy complexion and a sense of righteousness on his face, making him seem like an immortal. Kaiser and Lankiros both silently agreed to their suggestion. They had both read through the ancient records regarding treasures of the world, so they had some understanding. They knew that the Path Lord was right. In the distance, the Great Elder of Mercenary City let out a sigh of relief. Then, he personally hurried back to Mercenary City, thinking of ways to find the Spirit Formation. He wanted to ask the Spirit Formation to help him seize the treasure. The Great Elder did not want to give up on such a powerful treasure. Unfortunately, the spirit of the barrier was elusive. If she didn't appear, no one would be able to find her. The Great Elder of Mercenary City had tried all kinds of methods but still couldn't contact the spirit of the barrier, which made him very anxious. "I understand. The mission of the barrier spirit is to protect Mercenary City and suppress the seal of the world of Forsaken Saint. She has never taken part in the conflicts of the Tian-Yuan continent. Treasures of the world have appeared on the Tian-Yuan continent a few times in history, but the barrier spirit has never appeared to fight for them. It's probably because of this that the barrier spirit does not care about the treasure. Sigh, I've been muddle-headed. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City came to a realization. He no longer cared about the treasure and focused on watching over Mercenary City, paying attention to the movements of the world of Forsaken Saint. In the blink of an eye, the Path Lord and the Holy Emperor had already waited for 2 months in the volcanoes in the west. The 4 of them did not leave the place at all during those 2 months, silently guarding the place. They were afraid that the treasure would appear as soon as they left and someone else would obtain it. At this moment, the 4 holy emperors opened their eyes at the same time. Boom! In the next moment, the largest volcano in the center of the group of volcanoes exploded, turning into a sky full of rocks and magma that shot out in all directions. 2 dazzling immortal swords flew out from the endless magma and soared into the sky. These 2 swords were both 4 feet long, and they erupted with intense purple and green light. One was purple, the other was green, and they emitted a shocking sword chi that caused the heavens and earth to tremble. They were incomparably powerful. Wherever the immortal swords passed, space would shatter into pieces, turning into darkness. At this moment they seemed to have become the only thing in the world. Before these 2 immortal swords, the world lost its color. Even the blazing sun lost its former brilliance. The entire vast land seemed to be crawling under their feet. Chapter 1357. The 2 swords, one purple and one green, emitted a dazzling brilliance as they freely flew in the sky. They were like a pair of lovers, leaning against each other as they flew side by side. They didn't separate from each other, but they always maintained a certain distance from each other. They didn't dare to get too close. In the sky, the clouds that had quietly gathered became thicker and thicker, pressing lower and lower. An invisible pressure spread out from the clouds, filling the sky. The Holy Emperor who hadn't left the volcano found it difficult to breathe, as if a huge rock was pressing on their chests. It was very heavy. However, everyone's attention was attracted by the twin swords. Everyone's eyes followed the twin swords closely. They didn't pay attention to the dark clouds that had silently appeared in the sky. Their eyes were filled with greed. Greed and passion. So these are the treasures of the world nurtured by the volcanoes. As expected, they really are divine swords, and there are 2 of them. In the crowd, the great ancestor of the Felicity Empire said excitedly. He had been immersed in the art of the sword for thousands of years, so he naturally had a pair of discerning eyes. He could see the power of the 2 swords with a single glance. Treasures of the world have spirit. They can't be obtained just by strength. It depends on one's luck. These 2 swords are powerful enough to shock the world. I'm afraid that even the Holy Emperor can't forcefully obtain them. If you can obtain their approval, even an ordinary person can obtain them. If I can obtain their approval, I can immediately become a Holy Emperor. Although I won't be able to reach that level, my battle prowess won't be weaker than any Holy Emperor, that's right. The treasures of the world have spirits, and they themselves are very powerful. I'm afraid that even the Holy Emperor can't forcefully obtain them. We all have a chance. Everyone, let's go together. Whoever can obtain the approval of the treasures of the world will immediately become a supreme expert no weaker than the Holy Emperor. Immediately, the crowd fell into an uproar. Many of the Holy Emperors began to move. They shot into the sky and chased after the azulate swords. At the same time, a few experts from ancient clans closed their eyes and formed hand seals. They wanted to use a secret technique passed down by their clans to communicate with the treasures. Treasures of the world had appeared a few times in the history of the Tian-Yuan continent, but these treasures did not require strength to be collected. Some treasures possessed spirits and would choose their own masters. Therefore, some ancient aristocratic families with long histories and legacies had unique secret techniques that were specially used to deal with supreme treasures of heaven and earth. At this moment, there was a human and sword chase in the sky. A group of holy emperor humans and beasts were chasing after the immortal sword in front of them. There were also a few oceanic tribe experts among them. However, no matter how hard they tried or how they used secret techniques to increase their speed, they were unable to catch up to the two swords in front of them. Although the two swords were flying freely, they were unbelievably fast. They turned into two streaks of light as they shot through the sky. They were much faster than the Holy Emperor humans. A few Holy Emperor humans had already used their ability to freeze space, but they were unable to stop the two swords. There were even over 10 Holy Emperor humans who worked together to create a huge net with their Saint Force. They wanted to trap the treasures, but it was useless. The net was no different from a spider's web before the two swords. It was broken with a single charge. Suddenly, a heavy rumble of thunder rang out in the sky. The center of the dark clouds began to rapidly revolve, and an invisible barrier radiated from the clouds, enveloping the two swords. In the distance, the people who had personally witnessed the metallic spirit origin undergoing the heavenly tribulation in the tungsten alloy mine near Flame City all paled. They immediately called out, "It's dangerous! Everyone, retreat! The treasure of the world is far too powerful. The world cannot tolerate it and has sent down Armageddon lightning to destroy it. Everyone, retreat or you'll be doomed forever." With that, everyone stopped their pursuit. Even though their gazes were filled with reluctance, none of them dared to treat their lives as a joke. Suddenly, the two swords in the sky did something that took everyone by surprise. They actually turned into two resplendent streaks of light, directly charging into the dark clouds with dazzling colors. Boom! Immediately, a deafening rumble rang out in the sky. A bright, white light illuminated the entire world as shocking lightning exploded in the clouds. The sound waves that erupted seemed to shake the entire world. Below, countless volcanoes began to crack as waves surged in the sea of lava. Even the Holy Emperor humans trembled by an undetectable amount. All of them felt like their ears were ringing. Vaguely, they seemed to see the two swords fend off the heavenly tribulation through the dark clouds. What a powerful treasure of the world! Everyone sighed in amazement. Just that was enough to overwhelm the ancestral artifacts of the Protector clans. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires and the 3 Holy Emperor humans all stared at the sky in shock. The power of the treasure of the world had completely shattered their understanding of it. The bolt of lightning that exploded in the clouds was no weaker than the bolts from the tungsten alloy mine. It possessed supreme power that could destroy the Holy Emperor humans, yet the treasure of the world could actually fend off the heavenly lightning on its own. Just that alone surpassed the Holy Emperor humans. High up in the sky, the sound of heavenly thunder rumbled unceasingly. Every single one of them was extremely shocking and terrifying. None of the heavenly thunder struck downwards. Instead, they exploded in the clouds, bursting forth with endless electric radiance, as if the resplendent fireworks were blooming. Heavens, I think I can see the two swords colliding with the bolts of lightning. Such powerful bolts of lightning are actually unable to destroy them. These bolts of heavenly lightning were actually shattered by these two peerless divine swords, turning into tens of thousands of strands of lightning that shot out in all directions. This supreme treasure of heaven and earth can actually disperse such powerful heavenly lightning. People constantly cried out. Everyone was shocked because many of them could vaguely see what was happening in the clouds. The shock they felt was extremely great. Within the clouds, the azulate swords shone brightly as they rapidly shot through the clouds. They had already obscured the swords. From the outside, all that could be seen were 2 bright balls of light, one azure and one violet. In the blink of an eye, 8 bolts of lightning had passed. With the final boom, the 9th bolt of lightning descended. This bolt of lightning was the most powerful. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was as powerful as the previous 8 bolts combined. The azulate swords remained the same as before. They turned into 2 streaks of light and shot toward the tribulation lightning. Boom! The ninth bolt of lightning struck the azulate swords and immediately dimmed their light. However, the swords became even brighter. Not only did the ninth bolt of lightning fail to destroy the swords, it even helped them temper the swords. After withstanding the ninth bolt of lightning, the azulate swords trembled and flew out of the clouds. They reappeared in the sky and produced a series of sword cries. The clouds in the sky also began to slowly disperse. Only now did the 4 holy emperor humans and magical beasts begin to move. The 4 of them appeared before the azulate swords as if they had teleported. They struck out with their strongest attacks, grabbing at the 2 swords. Chapter 1358. Not only was the Path Lord not happy at all when he saw the 3 Saint Emperors reach for the same sword but not the second one. Instead, he grumbled. He cursed the fact that the other 2 Saint Emperors of the Tian Yuan continent were not present at such a crucial moment, preventing him from obtaining such a great fortuitous encounter. This was because the Path Lord knew that the 2 swords were no weaker than the ancestral artifacts of the Protector clans. They might even be more powerful than the ancestral artifact. Even a holy emperor like him would not necessarily be able to subdue them after seeing how they had fended off the tribulation lightning earlier. However, 3 of the 4 holy emperor present were magical beasts. He was the only human. With no other choice, the Path Lord could only force himself to try even though he knew he could not subdue the swords. The 2 immortal swords were enveloped by a layer of intense and dazzling sword light, 1 purple and 1 green. Under the cover of this light, the bodies of the 2 immortal swords appeared hazy and indistinct. The Path Lord and the 3 Saint Emperors reached for the hilts of their swords at the same time. They were prepared to deal with any unexpected situation. Not only were their hands enveloped by powerful saint force, but even their bodies flickered with light. They had formed a layer of protection around themselves with powerful energy. However, before their hands could touch the hilts of the 2 swords, blood spurted from their hands as soon as they came in contact with the violet and azure lights. The 2 lights were not just for show. Instead, they were powerful streaks of light. The streaks of light pierced through the defenses of Saint Force on their hands, reducing their hands to a bloody mess in a single instance. The Path Lord and the 3 Holy Emperor immediately pulled back their hands. Their hands were covered in wounds, to the point where the white bones hidden in the flesh could be seen. The Path Lord and the 3 Holy Emperor were shocked. The 4 of them stood at the apex of the world, yet they could not even touch the hilts of the 2 swords. The power of the 2 swords had completely exceeded their understanding of the treasures of the world. There had never been such heaven-defying treasures in history. Even the Holy Emperor could not touch them, so how were they supposed to subdue them? Treasures of the world really can't be subdued through force. Only those who are fated can obtain them, the ancestor of the Holy Emperor murmured to himself. Joy filled his face. Since the Holy Emperor could not subdue them through force, they obviously had a chance as Holy Emperor. The ancestor of the Felicity Empire immediately dismissed his thoughts. He closed his eyes and began to use a special method to communicate with the treasures of the world. Some of the swordsmen learned from the founding emperor of the Felicity Empire. They either sent out their own soul, used their own mind, or used their own understanding of swordsmanship to get the treasure to recognize them as its master. There were all kinds of strange methods they used to get the treasure to recognize them as its master. The experts of the 100 races who had retreated from the volcanoes all returned several kilometers away. They all focused on watching from afar. They did not approach, nor did they plan on taking part in the battle for the treasures. Hank, are you sure that these 2 peerless divine swords with boundless power are not treasures nurtured by the heavens and earth, but forged by humans? A skinny old woman asked with a deep voice. Her eyes were green, and at a closer glance, they seemed to be 2 balls of green flames leaping about in her eyes. She was an expert of the fire demons. She had reached the great perfection of the Holy Emperor. The fire demon race was born with the ability to control fire. There was an innate green flame in their bodies. This flame didn't burn things, only life. This was why they were called fire demons. The dwarven expert with the heavens guard beside her nodded sternly. He sternly said, "Please do not doubt the judgment of the dwarf Wang Hank. If we dwarves claim to be second in forging weapons, no one in the world would dare to claim to be first. According to my experience, I am extremely certain that these two swords were forged by humans. They were not created by the world. The two swords that have just been forged possess such terrifying power. Just how terrifying is the strength of the person who forged them? I never thought that the Tian Yuan continent would have such a supreme expert. It really is unbelievable," a black-furred werewolf sighed in amazement. "Don't tell me that the person who forged these two swords has already surpassed the Holy Emperor and reached the Origin Realm, the same level as that existence in Mercenary City," said a beautiful woman. She only seemed to be in her 20s and possessed an alluring beauty. However, her upper body was that of a human, while her lower body was that of a snake. She was an expert of the spirit snakes, a member of the 100 races. If it really is an Origin Realm expert, it's not necessarily a bad thing for us, said the elven expert. The fairy race's expert spoke. She was also a young woman. She was so beautiful that even the moon and flowers would be put to shame. She had a pure and holy beauty. Her voice was as pleasant as a lark's. However, her true age was nowhere near as young as she seemed. She was a holy emperor at great perfection who had lived for several thousand years. In the air, the three holy emperors' expressions became rather ugly. They were unable to touch a single sword despite working together, which made them feel rather embarrassed. Even if the two swords were difficult to obtain, they should not have embarrassed themselves like this. A sliver of malice even appeared in Kaiser's eyes. He furiously bellowed, "I refuse to believe that I can't even subdue a single sword." Kaiser's hand immediately turned into a dragon's claw. It was powerful and covered in fine scales. He then reached for the Ziying sword again. The dragon's claw collided with the violet light of the Ziying sword, producing a metallic sound and sparks. However, the result was the same as before. Before his claw could even touch the hilt of the Ziying sword, it was injured by the light. He was forced to retreat. The dragon's claw was reduced to a bloody mess. Its scales had shattered, revealing white bone. Lankiros gasped and sighed, "The treasure of the world is just too powerful. Even Kaiser can't touch the hilt. Is there anyone in the world who can subdue it?" At this moment, a figure leapt out of the lava. He shone with a dazzling light, as dazzling as a miniature sun, illuminating the volcanoes. Everyone's gazes were drawn over by the person who had suddenly appeared in the lava. However, they could only make out a blurry figure. No one could see his appearance clearly. The figure stood on one of the volcanoes. As the white light around him gradually vanished, his appearance was revealed. It's Jianchen. He's actually been hiding in the lava the entire time. It's said that Jianchen has already vanished from the Tian Yuan continent for a very long time. Has he been cultivating at the bottom of the lava the entire time? Quite a few people recognized Jianchen as soon as he appeared. Cries immediately rang out from the crowd. He was famous on the Tian Yuan continent now, so the number of experts who did not know him could be counted with one hand. The experts of the 100 races all stared at Jianchen, especially the dwarf patriarch Hank. His eyes were as wide as bells. He did not recognize Jianchen, but he knew that it was extremely likely that the person who had forged the two swords was in the depths of the lava. Isn't that the ruler of the Turtle Clan? The experts of the sea race looked at each other. They were all members of the Poseidon Hall, so they were familiar with Jianchen as well. They recognized him with a single glance. Intense killing intent immediately flashed through the eyes of Kaiser and Lankiros the moment they saw Jianchen. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires glanced at the king and the Tiger Emperor, Lankenless, and revealed a meaningful smile. Jianchen stood straight on one of the volcanoes. His face was pale and haggard, as if he had fallen ill. Even though that was the case, his tall figure gave people the feeling that he was as immovable as a mountain. His eyes were extremely bright and shone brightly. He slowly raised his head and looked at Kaiser and Lankiros in the sky. His gaze sharpened at that moment and he sneered, "Kaiser, Lankiros, I never thought that I would run into the two of you as soon as I emerged from seclusion. It's great that you've come. It saves me the trouble of looking for you." Kaiser and Lankiros' faces immediately became cold. Kaiser snorted coldly and stared at Jianshin in disdain. He said, "Jianshin, the three magical beasts of our magical beasts are not here. Without their protection, you're just an ant in our eyes. Crushing you to death is a piece of cake." Chapter 1359. How arrogant! "Jianshin, I'd like to see who can save you today," Lankiris said coldly. Heavy killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he immediately attacked Jianshin. He crossed several hundred meters with a single step and instantly appeared before Jianshin. He directly slammed his hand towards Jianshin's head. Energy surged from his hand, shaking up the space there, and causing pitch-black cracks to appear. At the same time, the surrounding space froze. Lankiris controlled the space to imprison Jianshin, preventing him from escaping. The Lankiris attacked viciously and decisively. He wanted to kill Jianshin in a single strike and eliminate all future problems. This was because they had already fallen out with Jianshin. If they allowed Jianshin to continue growing like this, he would become an opponent that they could not suppress one day. When that happened, they would not be too far away from their doom. At this moment, Lankiris had completely forgotten about the threat of the barrier spirit. He had already sensed that Ruijin and the other two were not nearby. Eliminating Jianshin was more important than anything else right now. He had even temporarily cast aside the powerful treasure of the world. Just when Jianshin wanted to attack, a white figure suddenly flashed. The Holy Emperor of the Peng clan, Sangqiong, had barged into the space that Lankiris had locked down and blocked before Jianshin. With a wave of his hand, he sent a palm strike towards Lankiris with supreme energy, blocking the attack for Jianshin. Terrifying ripples of energy immediately erupted as the two Saint Emperors clashed, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The space in a radius of several thousand kilometers shattered and was reduced to darkness. All the volcanoes in a radius of several kilometers collapsed as red lava was thrown into the sky like a waterfall. It dyed the sky scarlet as a blood-red rain of lava began to fall. In the distance, many of the Holy Emperor retreated. The shock waves from the battle between the Holy Emperor and the others were enough to injure them. None of them wanted to be caught in the crossfire. The volcano that Jianshin was standing on had also turned into nothingness. He used the sword light to protect his body as he floated in midair and retreated. He stared at Firmament in astonishment. He had never interacted with Firmament before. He really couldn't understand why Firmament would help him block the Tiger Emperor. In the distance, King's eyes narrowed as he stared at the sky. A trace of viciousness appeared on his face. Firmament's back was facing Jianshin. His silver hair was fluttering in the wind, and his white robe was fluttering in the wind created by the energy shockwave. His face was peaceful, and there was no sadness or joy. The Tiger Emperor's expression was as ugly as it could be. He said in an icy voice, "Sangqiong, what is the meaning of this? Tiger Emperor, our four races are in danger of being wiped out. Our top priority is to stop the world of Forsaken Saints. We can't engage in internal strife or kill each other. That will only weaken our strength. At the same time, Jianshin's talent is extraordinary. He can be described as unprecedented. He'll become a Saint Emperor before long and strengthen our defenses. It's a joyous matter for our four races. It's best that we let go of our past grievances," Firmament said calmly. The Tiger Emperor did not waver at all. He growled, "Firmament, are you sure you want to protect him?" The Tiger Emperor had made up his mind to kill Jianshin. He also knew about Jianshin's talent, so he did not wish for Jianchen to become a saint emperor. This was because once Jianchen became a saint emperor, it would be the end of the tiger emperor as well. I'm thinking about the bigger picture, Firmament said righteously. Jianchen's impression of Firmament immediately changed drastically. He clearly remembered that the holy emperor of the Peng clan, Firmament, had not taken part in the multiple attempts on his life or the fight for the saint's fruit. Yet, he was speaking up for Jianchen even at the risk of offending the other two holy emperors, which greatly improved Jianchen's impression of Firmament. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure crushed down from the sky. Seeing how the Tiger Emperor was being held back by Firmament, Kaiser struck out without any hesitation. His right hand had been injured by the Ziying sword, so he used his left hand to attack. His left hand transformed into a powerful dragon claw, stabbing toward Jianchen's forehead with lightning speed. Firmament became stern. He was unable to fend off two holy emperors by himself. Just when he wanted to flee with Jianchen using the world's greatest speed, the Tiger Emperor struck out at this crucial moment, preventing him from saving Jianchen. With the three holy emperors leaving the Ziying sword, the other holy emperors all began to move. They no longer paid any attention to the battle between the holy emperors. Instead, they charged toward the Ziying sword and surrounded it. However, no one dared to touch the sword. Instead, they used various methods in an attempt to subdue it. There were even a few people who attempted to drip their blood onto the sword. Arg! With a miserable cry, a holy emperor attempted to fuse a sliver of his soul into the Ziying sword, but the sliver was mercilessly destroyed. His soul was injured and his face paled. Jianchen's right hand glowed with a blinding white light. It radiated with a shocking amount of sword qi as it fearlessly met King's dragon claw. Ding! The dragon claw was very tough. When Jianchen's sword qi struck the dragon claw, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Then, a few drops of blood shot through the air. Each drop of blood contained powerful energy wave. King's body trembled violently. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Jianchen had managed to injure his left hand. One of his fingers had a wound so deep that the bone could be seen. This greatly shocked him. After all, he was the holy emperor of the beast race. His original form was a mutated earth dragon. Whether it was his combat prowess or his physical defense, he was far superior to other magical beasts of the same level. "What are you using?" King growled. He could tell at a glance that Jianchen was not a holy emperor. The only reason he could injure him was because of that powerful white light. He had never seen such a strange and powerful energy before. However, there was something familiar mixed within it. It was like sword qi, but it was not sword qi. "The way of the sword," Jianchen replied emotionlessly. His face became even paler. With a wave of his hand, the azulate swords that he had just forged immediately shot down from the sky as streaks of light. They moved as fast as lightning, arriving beside Jianchen in a single instance. They stuck to Jianchen's back in the shape of a cross. Jianchen drew the Ziying sword from his back and channeled chaotic force into it. It immediately erupted with an extremely dazzling violet light, basically enveloping Jianchen's body. However, the violet light failed to harm Jianchen at all. Whether it was the three holy emperors or the various holy emperors in the distance who wanted to subdue a sword, they were all dumbfounded at this sight. Disbelief filled their faces. King Lankiros and the Path Lord's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They understood the power of the two swords very well. It was impossible for holy emperors to subdue them. They were even certain that no one in the world could do anything to the two swords as long as Origin Realm experts did not appear. However, at this moment, the two shocking swords were actually in Jianchen's hands obediently. The light that even the Holy Emperor could not block was unable to harm Jianchen. They found this hard to believe. They even began to wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them. How is this possible? How did you subdue these two supreme swords? Just how did you do it? The Path Lord of Carnal Desires asked in shock. These swords were forged by me in the first place, so how can I subdue them? Jianchen replied. However, when his words entered the ears of the Path Lord, the Tiger Emperor, and the King, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder exploding in their minds. It shocked them so much that they were stunned. The Master of the Swords. I never thought that the Tianyuan continent would have such a great senior. My brave dwarven king, the current patriarch of the dwarves, Han Ku, must ask him for guidance on forging weapons. Once our dwarves grasp such a heaven-defying method, it'll be a new era of prosperity. It'll usher in a new era of forging weapons, Han Ku said excitedly. His face had become bright red. The other experts of the 100 races remained silent. They all stared at Jianchen. They had no idea about Jianchen's background. All they knew was that no one in the world was his opponent now that such powerful swords were in the hands of a young man. Just 2 swords can injure the Holy Emperor. Coupled with the young man's personal strength, this person cannot be defeated. His opponent is not even our world, but the world of Forsaken Saints, sighed the elf. The expert of the elf clan exclaimed. She felt that this young man, who had 2 peerless divine swords, had suddenly become somewhat terrifying. The other experts of the 100 races nodded silently, agreeing with the elf's words. Suddenly, the clear thrum of a sword alerted everyone. It was a long, drawn-out hum that rang through the surroundings. The Ziying sword's sword chi surged into the sky as it shone with a violet light. It was as bright as the sun and moon, illuminating the entire world. It seemed to have dyed the entire region violet. Jianchen struck out. He used the illusory flash and shot toward Kaiser as a blur. He stabbed out with the Ziying sword, stabbing toward Kaiser's chest as a violet bolt of lightning. The moment he struck out, Jianchen seemed to have fused with the Ziying sword in his hand. He was the sword and the sword was him. The two had become one, becoming one. Kaiser's face changed drastically. He knew extremely well just how powerful the Ziying sword was. He feared the 2 swords very much, so he did not dare to receive them. He wanted to dodge. However, to his shock, he discovered that his presence had been locked onto. He could not dodge no matter what because Jianchen's speed had surpassed the illusory flash after fusing with the sword. He turned into a violet streak of light, just like a violet bolt of lightning. He was unbelievably fast. Kaiser roared at the sky. Fine scales appeared on his body as he transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form. At the same time, he used his claws to block the attack. Magical beasts rarely used weapons, and Kaiser was even more so. His body was the best armor, and his claws were the sharpest weapons. The violet light stabbed into Kaiser's claws. Kaiser's tough claws were unable to stop it at all. They were as fragile as tofu before the violet light. The violet light pierced through Kaiser's claws like a hot knife through butter. In the end, it pierced through Kaiser's chest, leaving behind an almost undetectable wound. The violet light did not stop because of this. Instead, it did not slow down at all, continuing toward Lankiros with an unstoppable force. It pierced through his body, and also left behind a shallow mark on his chest. Chapter 1360. Kaiser and Lankiros became sheet white as blood flowed from the corner of their mouth. Their eyes became stunned, filled with shock, disbelief, and disbelief. Behind them, the violet light dispersed, revealing Jianchen. He carried the azure sword on his back and held the violet sword in his hand as he stared at Kaiser and Lankiros. He said, "I'm not killing you today for the sake of the people of the world. Our war against the world of Forsaken Saints is about to erupt. If you perform meritorious service, I won't look into your past grievances. Otherwise, I definitely won't spare you." Kaiser and Lankiros did not move at all. They were completely dumbfounded, as if they had lost their souls. When the violet light passed through their bodies earlier, their insides had been incinerated. Their organs had been reduced to dust in a single moment. They believed that if Jian Chen wanted to, it would not just be their organs that were destroyed. Their souls would be destroyed as well. The violet light was just too terrifying. There was no need for it to strike their souls. Any part of their bodies would have been enough to wipe them out. This was because they were unable to stop the violet sword qi from wreaking havoc in their bodies with their strength. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires stared at Kaiser and Lankiros in a daze from afar. He rubbed his eyes and carefully studied their bodies. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and his face changed drastically. He did not dare to stay for long, fleeing as quickly as he could. He could already tell that Jianshan's strength had increased countless times after obtaining the two swords. He had become extremely terrifying and was not someone he could deal with. The holy emperors were stunned by this scene as well. Jianshan had actually defeated two holy emperors in a single moment and scared away the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. They felt like they were dreaming. They struggled to accept what had just happened. Sangqiong was tongue-tied as well. When Lankiros moved against Jianshan earlier, he had taken the initiative to stop Lankiros in an attempt to protect Jianshan. He had never thought that the outcome would be like this. With the strength Jianshan had displayed, there was no need for him to protect him at all. Killing the Holy Emperor had become as easy as killing an ant for him. Even Kaiser and Lankiros were unable to fight back at all. At this moment, Sangqiong could not help but feel that his actions earlier were laughable. Sigh. Sangqiong sighed inside. His gaze toward Jianshan was filled with mixed feelings. Jianshan's growth rate was just too fast. According to the information he possessed, Jianshan was not even 50 years old. Whether it was on the Tian Yuan continent or the Beast God continent, there were many people who had not even reached Earth Saint Master, yet Jianshan had easily killed the Holy Emperor before he was even 50 years old. Even in ancient times, no one had cultivated so quickly. With a flash of violet light, the Ziying sword had left Jianshan's right hand. It stuck to Jianshan's back as a violet streak of light. Jianshan looked at the sagely Sangqiong and clasped his hands. "Thank you for your assistance earlier, Senior Sangqiong." Jianshan's voice was filled with gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Among the holy emperors of the Beast God continent and the human race, he only treated Sangqiong in a special light. Sangqiong waved his hand and smiled in a self-deprecating manner. "With your strength, you don't need my assistance at all. I was rash earlier and made a fool of myself in front of you." Jianshan admires Senior's character. Jianshan still has matters to attend to today, so I must take my leave first. Jianshan will definitely pay a visit to Senior in the future. Farewell. Jianshan clasped his hands and spoke extremely sincerely. "My friend, the Beast God Hall of our Beast God continent is extremely important to the Winged Tiger. Only the Winged Tiger can enter the 99th floor of the Beast God Hall. That place is a great fortune for the Winged Tiger. When you have the time in the future, you must take the Winged Tiger to the Beast God Hall and enter the 99th floor," Sangqiong said. He knew that Jianshan already possessed the ability to take the young Winged Tiger to the Beast God Hall. Jianshan bid farewell to Sangqiong and left the western region, returning to the Sea Realm. Before long, the news of Jianshan defeating the two holy emperors of the Beast God continent and scaring away the Path Lord of Carnal Desires spread across the entire continent. The entire continent was shocked, causing an uproar among the experts of the four races. When the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, Changyang Zhu Shao, and the others heard the news, they were immediately stunned. However, they did not go to the volcanoes to watch the battle, so they did not believe it to be true. Only when all the experts of the four races returned to Mercenary City and discussed the matter intensely did they have no choice but to accept it. If we're talking about the greatest expert below the Origin Realm in the entire world, it's definitely Jianshan. Once Jianshan appears, who can contend against him? Even people as powerful as Kaiser and Lankiros can't block a single strike from him. If we're talking about the greatest weapons in the world right now, it's definitely the twin swords. Once the twin swords appear, even the emperor armaments of the protector clans can't contend against them. Mercenary City immediately became lively. Many holy emperors gathered in the air in groups of 3 to 5 as they discussed Jianshan's battle with Kaiser and Lankiros. Changyang Zhu Shao, Changyang Zhu Yunshao, and Changyang Zhu Yeyun stood before the divine hall as they listened to the discussions in the surroundings. They were all extremely excited. Their great-grandson had reached such a high level of cultivation. As his seniors, they felt extremely proud of their great-grandson. In the Changyang prefecture of Lore City, Bai Yuntian and Changyang Ba obviously received the news as well. Great joy and happiness immediately filled their chests. The news had come from the saint rulers of the Zhu branch in the Forbidden Grounds, so it was obviously not fake. "Husband, has Xiang'er formed a vocal cords?" Bai Yuntian asked with a trembling voice. Tears flickered in her eyes. They were tears of excitement. This shocking news came from the great elder. "Congratulations, you have an extremely impressive son." A saint ruler from the Zhu branch kindly smiled and said amiably. In the blink of an eye, the saint rulers of the Zhu branch treated Bai Yuntian and her husband completely differently. The raging flame mercenaries. The entire city was in a state of great ecstasy. The excitement in Yu Yu and Bai Lian's hearts had already reached a point of no return. Bai Hai, on the other hand, looked up to the sky and laughed heartily to vent his surging emotions. Jianshan had no idea about the uproar that had occurred on the Tianyuan continent. He had already returned to the Sea Realm and was cultivating in a desolate mountain range. When the twin swords were successfully forged, the sword spirits had already separated from his soul. They had entered the swords. In the past, Jianshan had faced a fatal crisis. He had only managed to survive by fusing with the sword spirits of the azulate swords. For a very long time after that, his soul coexisted with the sword spirits of the azulate swords. Now that the sword spirits had separated from Jianshan's soul, they had become independent. This had obviously taken a great toll on Jianshan's soul. Although his body was fine, his soul was extremely weak, as if it had been heavily injured. Jianshan used a luminous pearl to illuminate the gloomy cavern. He pulled out several violet bamboos from the artifact space. Every single bamboo gave off a faint violet chi as well as a fragrance that was refreshing. This was the amethyst spiritual bamboo he had obtained from the Xian Huang microcosm. The sap from the amethyst spiritual bamboo was a supreme quality immortal material for healing the soul. At the same time, it could condense and strengthen the soul. It was a priceless treasure even in the immortals' world. Chapter 1361. Jianshan had only obtained several dozen stalks of amethyst spiritual bamboo in the Xian Huang microcosm. He could only refine a single drop of juice from each stalk, so he could only refine a few dozen drops of juice from the stalks he had right now. It was an extremely small amount. Jianshan treasured the amethyst spiritual bamboo very much. If it were not for the fact that the sword spirits had left his soul, it would have affected him greatly. Moreover, he needed to maintain his peak condition right now. He really did not want to waste the extremely precious amethyst spiritual bamboo so easily. Jianshan used the method the sword spirits had taught him to refine a single stalk of amethyst spiritual bamboo into a drop of violet liquid. It shone with a faint violet light as a mysterious energy pulsed within it. It was a wondrous energy that could assist the soul in ascending. Jianshan dripped the juice onto his forehead. As soon as the liquid came in contact with his skin, it immediately fused with his skin, turning into a refreshing energy that nourished Jianshan's soul. The effects of the juice from the amethyst spiritual bamboo were extremely powerful. Jianshan's extremely weak soul actually recovered at an unbelievable rate after being nourished by it. The comfortable feeling came from the depths of his soul. It was extremely wonderful, to the point where Jianshan could not help but moan. Jianshan sat on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. He reveled in the wonderful feeling of his soul ascending. Not only did his soul rapidly recover, but it also became even more consolidated and powerful than before. Half a day later, the effects of the amethyst spiritual bamboo gradually faded away. Jianshan's soul had recovered by half as well. Even though he had not recovered to his peak condition, Jianshan could feel that his soul had become even more powerful than before. If his soul was a fist-sized clump of dirt before, his current soul was an egg-sized rock. Although the size was different, it was much tougher. Jianshan's heart was filled with joy. Originally, he thought that he would need at least several amethyst spirit bamboos to restore his primordial spirit. He did not expect that just one bamboo would restore half of his primordial spirit. Such a powerful effect made him very surprised. Without hesitation, Jianshan began to refine the second drop of amethyst spirit bamboo juice. One day later, Jianshan's yuan shun finally recovered to its peak condition. Just 2 drops of amethyst spiritual bamboo juice had made his yuan shun several times stronger than before. When he spread out his divine sense, he could actually cover a radius of over 200,000 miles. This was unimaginable in the past. This was because every increase of 10,000 miles in the range of one's divine sense required one's primordial spirit to be extremely powerful. The strength of my soul should have reached the peak of the Holy Emperor's level, or even surpassed the level of the Holy Emperor, Jianshan muttered to himself, filled with joy. Now that he had successfully forged the azulate swords, not only could he use the way of the sword with greater ease, but he could also use it with greater ease. He could also learn many powerful sword techniques. Coupled with the fact that his soul had become so powerful, was there anyone in the world who was his opponent apart from the origin realm? Master, you may have forged the azulate swords, but they still haven't become soul-bound treasures. Once they become soul-bound treasures, not only will they assist Master in comprehending the way of the sword, but they'll also become even more powerful. However, this process will take some time. It requires Master's mind to fuse with the swords before they can be forged into soul-bound treasures. It's not suitable for that right now. Master, let's teach you the most basic sword techniques first. After successfully forging the azulate swords, Jianshan had truly embarked on the path of the way of the sword. Afterwards, Ziying and Qing Sua passed on various sword techniques to Jianshan like a teacher. They guided Jianshan in the correct direction on the path of the way of the sword. This was much faster than Jianshan fumbling around by himself, and he could avoid many detours. Although Ziying and Qing Sua were only sword spirits, they had existed for far too long. They knew many things, especially when it came to the way of the sword. They possessed extremely valuable experience, so no matter what problems Jianshan encountered or what he did not understand, Ziying and Qing Sua could resolve them all. The way of the sword is vast and profound. It requires a very long period of time to comprehend it. I've only just grasped the basics right now, barely reaching sword origin. There's still sword spirit, sword immortal, sword sage, and sword god. I still have a very long way to go. Jianshan sighed emotionally. Right now, he seemed to see a whole new world before him. Suddenly, Jianshan formed a seal with his hand. Ziying immediately produced a clear hum as it flew into the sky from behind him. In a single moment, it expanded to 10 meters long and half a meter wide. It shone with a dazzling violet light, obscuring the sword. Jianshan leapt onto the enlarged Ziying. As he formed a seal with his hand, Ziying immediately turned into a violet bolt of lightning. It shot off with extreme speed, disappearing into the horizon in a single moment. It was countless times faster than Jianshan, using the illusory flash. Sword flight was one of the sword techniques that Ziying had taught Jianshan. It was the most basic ability of a sword cultivator, so Jianshan grasped it in an extremely short amount of time. Ziying seemed to have turned into a streak of light, yet it also seemed to have turned into a violet bolt of lightning. It moved so quickly that even the Holy Emperor was unable to catch it. Jianchen traveled on his sword as his clothes fluttered in the wind. He gave off an indescribable presence, as if he really was a sword immortal. He stared blankly at the blurry scenery around him as he sighed in amazement. Sword flight was just too fast. Even with his eyesight, he was unable to clearly see the scenery around him. He could only observe with the senses of his soul. After grasping sword flight, I'm not much slower than space gates, Jianchen thought. Space gates could cross through space, allowing him to cross hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of kilometers with a single step. However, he felt that it would not take him too long to cross such a great distance with the speed of sword flight. In less than 2 hours, Jianchen arrived at the Poseidon Hall. He stopped 10 kilometers away from the Poseidon Hall and flew in with the azulate swords on his back. Everyone who saw Jianchen bowed politely as soon as he entered the divine hall. Even a few of the holy emperor elders greeted Jianchen with smiles. They were extremely polite. The name of the emperor of the Turtle Clan had already spread across the entire sea realm. Basically everyone knew about him, causing a huge commotion in the sea realm. Now that the holy emperor elders saw Jianchen, they obviously had to treat him politely. Even the hall elders were inferior before Jianchen. This was the benefit of strength. The fist reigned supreme. Jianchen saw Yadrium in a majestic hall. Only Jianchen and Yadrium were present in the cold and quiet hall. Yadrium was not protected by the blue light today, so her appearance was clearly revealed to Jianchen. She was alluring, just like a goddess. Her bearing was filled with a sense of dignity. "Are those the weapons you forged?" Yadrium stared at the 2 swords on Jianchen's back in surprise. Her face was rather strange. Jianchen nodded seriously. "That's right. I've already forged the swords and my strength has increased drastically. Even if the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple and the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall come together, I can easily slay them. Hall Master, you can begin the reconstruction of His Majesty Poseidon." Yadrium smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, like the blooming of flowers. It was the most beautiful color in the world. She said, "You can easily slay the 2 Hall Masters of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and Serpent God Hall even if they come together." "Jianchen, are your 2 swords really that powerful? Have you forged weapons that can rival His Majesty's weapons?" Yadrium clearly did not believe Jianchen. Even she was unable to slay 2 holy emperor experts so easily. Jianchen smiled. "My 2 swords might be even more powerful than the weapons His Majesty Poseidon used in the past." Chapter 1362. 3 days later, Jianchen and Yadrium left with Poseidon's divine hall. They headed to where Poseidon's body was being rebuilt. Over 20 holy emperor elders and a few divine hall elders followed them. Poseidon's reconstruction required a vast amount of energy of the world, so it would cause the energy of the world to become abnormal in the sea realm, alarming everyone. The elders' mission was to stop the experts who had come to investigate the matter. They did not directly participate in the battle. Yadrium flew through the air with the experts of Poseidon, while Jianchen followed beside her on his violet sword. He seemed extremely elegant, which attracted the gazes of Yadrium and the holy emperor. All of them were amazed. This was because they had never seen or heard of flying on a sword before, so they obviously found it to be extremely novel. Poseidon's reconstruction requires 99 spiritual springs as support. These springs are all buried deep underground and formed from spirit veins. It's impossible for anyone who isn't powerful to find them. These 99 spirit springs are spread throughout the entire sea region. Your Majesty's body will need to be at the center of these spirit springs to draw upon their spiritual energy. Unfortunately, that location is not within our Sea God Hall's territory, but within the Heaven's Spirit Hall's territory. As a result, we'll be heading to the Heaven's Spirit Hall this time, Yadrium explained to Jianchen through a communication technique along the way so that he could prepare himself. As for the Saint Emperors behind them, They still had no idea where the Hall Master was taking them. What were they going to do? Yadrium did not spread the news of Poseidon's reconstruction. She had kept it a secret, so no one else knew about it aside from her and Jianchen. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Jianchen nodded silently. Although he was heading to the territory of someone else, he did not feel pressured at all. Very soon, Yadrium and the others left the territory of the Poseidon Hall and set foot in the territory of the Heavens Spirit Hall. Hall Master, we 3 halls have an agreement. Without permission, no one from the Divine Hall is allowed to set foot in the territories of others, but we. An elder immediately raised his doubts. He was an ordinary elder at the 6th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Hall Master, do we have to declare war on the Heaven's Spirit Hall to change the current situation and unite the Sea Realm? A Hall Elder at the great perfection of the Holy Emperor asked in doubt. He was very unsettled. If that really was the case, the Sea Realm would be thrown into turmoil. There's no need to ask. Yadrium coldly replied. She was emotionless. There was a layer of bright blue light around her, obscuring her figure. No one could see her true form. The group of elders immediately stopped talking. They followed behind her silently, but they were nowhere near as calm as they seemed on the surface. Now that the ruler of the Turtle Clan had become a Saint Emperor, coupled with his unknown friend, the Poseidon Hall could be said to possess 3 holy emperors. They had completely surpassed the other 2 halls. Uniting the Sea Realm was not impossible. At the same time, the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall, who was nurturing his soul in a secret room, suddenly snapped open his eyes. 2 streaks of light shot out from his eyes, which was extremely shocking. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space, passing through the various obstructions and looking into the distance. Suddenly, he stood up and became extremely stern. He said with a deep voice, Yadrium and Jianchen have come to our Heaven's Spirit Hall with a group of people. What do they want to do? The Hall Master suddenly became rather uneasy because he thought of a terrifying matter. If Yadrium and Jianchen worked together to attack his Heaven's Spirit Hall, they would be unable to do anything. His Heaven's Spirit Hall would struggle to stop them with their strength. The Hall Master vanished from the secret room. Soon, an ear-piercing sound of a horn rang out from the Divine Hall, reaching a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. With the Heaven's Spirit Hall as the center, the expressions of all the experts within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers changed when they heard the horn. That's the war horn. Who knows how long it's been since it was blown? Is the Heaven's Spirit Hall about to start a war with someone? Once the war horn is blown, all experts must hurry to the Divine Hall as reinforcements. At that moment, countless people emerged from seclusion and hurried to the Divine Hall of the Heaven's Spirit Hall as quickly as they could. None of them were weak. They were all saint rulers or holy emperor. Not only were there independent cultivators, but there were also representatives and ancestors of various large organizations. Of course, there were also a few people who left the territory of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and headed to the territories of the Serpent God Hall and Poseidon's Hall. They wanted to remain uninvolved and did not want to interfere. Yadrium and the ruler of the Turtle Clan had entered the territory of the Heaven's Spirit Hall without any prior notice, which made the Hall Master feel great danger. As a result, he blew the war horn without any hesitation to gather his forces. In a very short amount of time, the Heaven's Spirit Hall had completed their preparations for battle. Everyone in the Divine Hall was prepared for battle. The Divine Hall hovered in the air and shone with resplendent light. Various formations had been activated, erupting with terrifying pulses of energy. They were all waiting for Yadrium's group to arrive. However, Yadrium's group stopped 100,000 kilometers away from the boundary between the 2 regions. Afterward, the 20-odd Holy Emperor experts that had come with them spread out in all directions, guarding the surroundings. Only Jianchen and Yadrium remained. Jianchen glanced around and saw that they were in a barren mountain range. The energy of the world was not dense, so he could not help but ask, "Is this the place where Poseidon's majesty reconstructed his body?" Yadrium nodded. "Correct, this is the place. Although the energy of the world is thin here, it just happens to be in the center of the 99 spirit springs. I need to immediately cast down a formation to connect the 99 spirit springs and draw all the energy here. We cannot be disturbed during this time." "Leave it to me," Jianshan said before leaping onto a nearby mountain. He sat on the ground and enveloped a radius of 100,000 kilometers with the senses of his soul as he stood guard over Yadrium. Yadrium immediately got to work. She chopped down several mountains with a wave of her hand and cleared out an empty space. She then began casting down the formation. This was a formation that came from Poseidon. It was extremely profound and complicated, able to draw in the energy of the 99 spirit springs scattered across the sea realm. Even with Yadrium's strength, casting it down was rather difficult. The number of experts rapidly increased in the Supreme Divine Hall of the Heavens Spirit Hall. Reinforcements poured in endlessly from all directions, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Yadrium walked through the forest in the barren mountain range as she cast down the formation with all her strength. The formation was extremely large, spanning a radius of 100 kilometers. It was not something that could be cast down in a short amount of time. Jianshan sat on a mountain with his azulate swords on his back. He used the senses of his soul to observe a radius of 100,000 kilometers as he continued to comprehend the sword techniques the sword spirits had imparted to him. These sword techniques were all basic. Apart from sword flight, which was used to travel, the other sword techniques were all offensive. Because they all came from a higher realm, the power of these basic sword techniques far surpassed Saint-tier battle skills. One of the sword techniques that interested Jianshan the most was actually similar to the sword manipulation with the soul that he often used in the past. It also used the soul to control the sword, but the power it displayed was completely different from before. It could kill enemies from 1,000 kilometers away. As long as they were within the range of his soul, he could control the sword with his soul to attack them. Chapter 1363. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan's group had already spent half a month in the mountains. It was very peaceful during that time. Jianshan remained where he was, comprehending his sword technique, while Yadrium remained focused on casting down formations. She still had not finished after half a month. After half a month of preparation, the defenses of the Supreme Divine Hall of the Heavens Spirit Hall were at their strongest. All the experts who obeyed the orders of the Divine Hall had come. Of course, there were a few people who completely ignored the war horns of the Heavens Spirit Hall and continued to do as they pleased. All the experts gathered in the Divine Hall of the Heavens Spirit Hall tensely waited for half a month. Seeing that there were still no traces of the enemy, all of them began to wonder. The Hall of Poseidon still hasn't attacked. Are they afraid? If the Hall Master of Poseidon and the Emperor of the Turtle Clan work together, it won't be too difficult for them to defeat the Heavens Spirit Hall. I'm just curious as to why they haven't done anything yet. Perhaps the people of the Hall of Poseidon know that our Hall Master has already contacted the Hall Master of the Dragon God Temple. Perhaps the Hall Master of the Dragon God Temple is hiding in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity. The Hall Master of Poseidon and the Emperor are not confident in dealing with the combined forces of our Heaven Spirit Hall and the Serpent God Hall, which is why they haven't attacked yet. A Hall Elder heard the discussions of the crowd and immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. What do you know? Our Heaven's Spirit Hall is an ancient power that has been passed down for several 100,000 years. Although there hasn't been anyone who has surpassed Emperor, there have been many emperors throughout history. Our heritage is deep, so we obviously have the means to stop emperors. We don't even need the assistance of the Serpent God Hall. Just our Heaven's Spirit Hall can stop the Hall Master of Poseidon and the Emperor of the Turtle Clan. That's true, that's true. Our Heaven's Spirit Hall has stood in the sea realm for several 100,000 years. Our roots are deep and we've gone through all sorts of calamities. Even if the Hall Master of Poseidon sends out 3 holy emperors, they still won't be able to break through our heaven's spirit hall. Someone else immediately complimented the Hall Elder when they heard him speak. At this moment, the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall stood emotionlessly at the highest point of the Divine Hall. He gazed into the distance and murmured, "Strange. Yadrium and the ruler of the Turtle Clan have already entered my territory for so long, so why have they remained there without moving?" The Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall could sense the location of Jianshan, Yadrium, and the others as he remained in the Divine Hall, but he was unable to find out what they were doing because this was not his own ability. Instead, he was using the formations of the Divine Hall along with a secret technique. He was unable to sense such a distant place with his strength unless some great battle had occurred. Afterward, the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall sent people to investigate. He wanted to understand what the Hall Master of Poseidon and the Emperor of the Turtle Clan were doing, but the report he received was that the people who went to investigate were unable to approach the place no matter what they did. They were all blocked by the Holy Emperor of Poseidon's Hall. Even if they used a secret technique to make their way over, they would be forced back by a sword chi that came from nowhere. They were unable to approach the place at all. During this period of time, the news that the Hall Master of Poseidon wanted to attack the Heaven's Spirit Hall spread across the entire sea realm, causing a great uproar. Everyone learned that the Hall Master of Poseidon and the Emperor of the Turtle Clan were in a barren mountain range, which attracted many people of the sea race to watch. However, all of them were blocked by the Holy Emperor of Poseidon's Hall. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. After a whole month, Yadrium finally finished casting down the formation. She then said to Jianshan, "Everything is ready. Let your majesty begin." Jianshan opened his eyes and stood up. He said, "Hall Master, you've expended a lot of energy. Hurry up and recover. I'll protect you from now on." With a flip of his hand, the Supreme Divine Hall of Poseidon immediately appeared in Jianshan's hand. It then flew into the sky on its own, becoming a huge divine hall that was several thousand meters tall in the blink of an eye. Poseidon's illusionary figure appeared before the divine hall. This was a clone of her soul that had been conjured from a sliver of her soul. Her hands slowly moved in a wondrous pattern as if she was controlling some mysterious energy in the world. At that moment, the mountains began to flicker. Every single mountain in a radius of 100 kilometers began to glow with blue light as a huge formation began to appear. Jianshan flew into the sky. He stood on the 10-meter-long Ziying sword and looked down at the formation. Yadrium had spent a month casting down the formation, but only Poseidon could activate it. With the activation of the formation, the energy of the world began to become extremely unstable. Vast amounts of energy of the world began to gather from all directions before being sucked into the formation. The center of the formation was filled with darkness. The space there was distorted, making it impossible to see what was inside. All the energy that had been sucked into the formation had entered the black hole after being converted by the formation. The 8 wastelands of the world, vast amounts of energy gather. Poseidon called out. She began to form hand seals, and the formation immediately changed. It began to shine with a bright blue light as it began to rapidly revolve. At the same time, a total of 99 pillars of blue light shot into the sky from different locations in the sea realm. They formed a blue ribbon in the sky as they shot toward the formation at an extremely fast speed. Every single pillar of blue light was condensed from pure water elemental energy. They all pulsed with tremendous energy. Not only did the activation of the formation draw in the energy of the 99 spiritual springs, but it also absorbed the energy in the surroundings. All the energy of the world in the sea realm was affected and began to surge toward the formation. Poseidon required an extremely vast amount of energy to reconstruct her body. She had already drawn in all the energy in the sea realm, causing an unprecedented disturbance. The abnormality of the energy of the world caused a panic in the sea realm. Many people had no idea what was happening. All the people who were still in seclusion ended their cultivation at that moment because the energy of the world had gone berserk. Continuing to cultivate would not only be useless, but it would also be harmful. What's happening? Why is all the energy of the world surging in the same direction? Let's go take a look according to the direction of the energy of the world and understand the reason. More and more people were either flying in the air or riding on various kinds of mounts. They were all rushing in the direction of the flow of heaven and earth Yuan Qi. For a time, the sea was boiling and people were surging. Large groups of sea race people gathered towards the formation from all directions. Mixed in with them were many outsiders from the human race and the beast race. The surging energy of the world had already turned into a storm in the barren mountains of the heavens, Spirit Hall. The light from the formation below became brighter and brighter, and the rate at which it absorbed the energy of the world became faster and faster. In the end, all the energy gathered into the black hole in the center of the formation. Jianshan stared at the black hole with narrowed eyes. He thought, if I cultivate in there, I'll definitely cultivate very quickly. I might be able to reach the fifth layer of the chaotic body. However, Jianshan only thought about it. The energy of the entire sea realm gathered there, so it would harm the very foundation of the sea realm. With a muffled sound, the door to the Supreme Divine Hall opened. A thumb-sized bead wrapped around the sea goddess soul and left the Divine Hall. It slowly fell into the black hole at the center of the formation. Jianshan's eyes narrowed because he discovered that the pearl was extremely similar to the treasure that protected the souls of Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu. They were basically the same. I never thought that the pearl the winged tiger gave them would have such a powerful effect. Not only can it protect the soul, making it immune to all attacks, but it can even keep Poseidon's soul alive for so long, Jianshan thought. He already knew that Poseidon had died many years ago. It was all thanks to the assistance of the winged god that his soul was able to survive all this time without dispersing. Jianshan, materials for reconstruction. Poseidon's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. He immediately pulled out the silicone gel and essence of the spring of life he had obtained from the Xianhuang microcosm. He tossed them all into the black hole in the center of the formation. Poseidon's reconstruction was already in progress. If she successfully recovered, another Origin Realm expert would appear in the world, and it would be an Origin Realm expert that had existed since ancient times. Yadrium silently recovered 100 kilometers away. She had expended a lot of energy casting down the formation, so she needed to return to her peak condition as soon as possible. Otherwise, she was not confident that she could fend off the combined attacks of the two holy emperors of the Heavens Spirit Hall and the Serpent God Hall. She did not believe what Jianshan had said at all. The Ziying sword hovered 1,000 meters in the air without moving. Jianshan sat on it as he protected Poseidon's reconstruction. Even the Holy Emperor would not be able to hide from his senses with the senses of his soul. The Heavens Spirit Hall was in an uproar. Their divine hall was located where the energy of the world was the densest, but now, the energy there was being absorbed as well. No matter what they did, they could not stop it. The Hall Master stood at the highest point of the Heavens Spirit Hall as he stared outside in doubt. He murmured, "Just what are Yadrium and the others doing?" At this moment, several blue pillars of light shot through the sky at an extremely fast speed. They came from different directions and all gathered in the same spot. Every single pillar of light was condensed from pure water elemental energy. They were vast and majestic. This is the energy of the spiritual spring. The Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall cried out. He arrived outside in a flash and looked at the sky. He gradually became stern. "Oh no, Poseidon is already undergoing the revival ceremony. I never thought that Yadrium would actually go to the Sea of Despair with Jianshan and bring out Poseidon's divine hall." A deep voice rang out from beside the Hall Master of the Hall. A deep voice rang out from beside the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall. Another person had silently appeared there. It was the Hall Master of the Serpent God Hall. Chapter 1364. Then what should we do? The Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall asked with a heavy voice. His complexion was very ugly as the light in his eyes flickered. What else can we do? Of course we have to stop it. We can't let Poseidon successfully revive, or we won't have a good life ahead of us. Don't forget about some of the things we've done in the past. Poseidon already knows about them. She also knows about the ambitions of our past Hall Masters. If she succeeds in reviving, the first people she'll eliminate will be our two halls. The two of us might even die as well, said the Hall Master Dragon God Temple with a heavy voice. The Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall remained silent, but killing intent had already surged out of his eyes. In the past Hall Masters of the two halls had always been searching for the abyssal crystal in secret. They wanted to use it to find Poseidon's divine hall in the Sea of Despair and devour Poseidon's soul so that they could replace Poseidon. However, the abyssal crystal only appeared in the depths of the Sea of Despair. Even emperors would struggle to reach it, and there was even a chance of dying. The past Hall Masters of the two halls never had the opportunity to obtain it, which prevented them from entering the Sea of Despair. Only in this generation did the abyssal crystal finally appear in the Sea Realm. The ambitions of the past Hall Masters of the two halls had been passed down through the generations as well. As a result, the current Heavens Spirit Hall and Hall Master Dragon God Temple had once participated in the struggle for the abyssal crystal. They had both sent experts to pursue Jianshan in an attempt to obtain the abyssal crystal and find Poseidon's divine hall in the Sea of Despair. During Poseidon's revival, Jianshan and Yadrium will be protecting him. Although Yadrium hasn't cultivated as long as us, her strength is unfathomable. None of us will be her opponent if we fight her alone. Coupled with Jianshan, who's not weak either, it'll be difficult for us to deal with them, said the Hall Master Dragon God Temple. The Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall remained silent for a while before saying, Jianshan is very complicated. He destroyed a strand of my soul back then, so it's damaged. Even now, it still hasn't fully recovered, so my battle prowess has been affected. Coupled with your injuries, we definitely won't be able to gain an advantage if we face to face with them. The Hall Master Dragon God Temple glanced at the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall in surprise. After a moment of thought, he said, Poseidon's revival won't be completed in a short amount of time. We still have some time to prepare. If we set it up properly and bring some powerful killing formations with us, we'll be able to keep them busy for a while. All we need to do is interrupt Poseidon's revival in an extremely short amount of time. We might even be able to use this opportunity to obtain what we've been dreaming about. Desire immediately appeared in the Hall Master Dragon God Temple's eyes when he reached the end. The Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall's eyes lit up as well. He became rather excited. There's no need to fight Yadrium and the others. We just need to keep them busy with formations. Let's go prepare immediately. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. The Hall Master Dragon God Temple and the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall both returned to their divine halls and began to make preparations. 99 pillars of blue light condensed from pure water energy directly shot into the black hole in the center of the formation where Poseidon had been revived. The energy of the world in the mountains had become extremely dense, forming a thick layer of mist. All the energy of the world in the sea realm had gathered there. I never thought that Poseidon's revival would cause such a great disturbance and require the assistance of the energy of the entire sea realm. Once she succeeds, the energy of the world in the sea realm will probably become much thinner than before. It'll take several decades for it to recover, Jianshan murmured to himself as he sat on the Ziying sword. Several days later, Yadrium recovered to her peak condition. She stood guard 1,000 kilometers away, facing the direction of the Heavens Spirit Hall. With the barren mountain as the center, the surroundings were filled with people. There were people below saint rulers, and saint kings. These people had all found this place based on the flow of energy of the world. There were over 100,000 people. Moreover, the number was still rapidly increasing. At this moment, the elders of the Poseidon Hall were extremely useful. Over 20 of them stood guard in one direction, keeping everyone 10,000 kilometers away and preventing anyone from approaching. Since they represented the Poseidon Hall and all of them were holy emperor saints, they obviously possessed extraordinary deterrence. Even though there were holy emperor saints among the people who had hurried over, none of them dared to come into conflict with the Poseidon Hall, just in case they caused trouble for their clans. Half a month later, the number of people there had almost reached 10 million. Many people from the territories of the Serpent God Hall and the Poseidon Hall had come in an attempt to investigate the source of the abnormality in the energy of the world. During that time, countless rumors regarding this place spread. There were all sorts of rumors, but the most popular one was about a heaven-defying treasure. This was because all the energy of the world in the sea realm had gathered there, accompanied by strange phenomena in the sky. That was the best proof, making it even more convincing. There would always be people who could not suppress their greed when it came to treasures. In the beginning, a few experts used various secret techniques to sneak in, but they were either invited out by the holy emperor elders of the Poseidon Hall or slain mercilessly by a strand of sword chi that appeared out of nowhere. There was even a famed 16th star expert in the sea realm who managed to sneak in 10,000 kilometers past the senses of the elders of the Poseidon Hall. In the end, he was mercilessly slain several dozen kilometers away. A powerful strand of sword chi chopped him in half. His blood dyed the sky as his organs were incinerated. His soul was wiped out on the spot, shocking countless people in the surroundings. Ever since then, the number of sea race experts who tried to sneak in decreased drastically. Everyone realized in their hearts that there was an even more terrifying expert guarding the place. Suddenly, a tremendous pulse of energy appeared in the distance. A group of people aggressively hurried over from afar. The people in the lead were all great perfection holy emperor saint. Several hundred people followed behind them, and just the holy emperor made up half of them. It was an extremely powerful group. It's the people from the Divine Hall. They've finally come. The people of the Poseidon Hall have broken the treaty and openly entered the territory of the Heaven's Spirit Hall, marking it off without permission. The Divine Hall should have done something long ago. If I've guessed correctly, the Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall is here as well. Otherwise, why would he order over 20 elders to stand guard here and stop us? Even the Emperor of the Turtle Clan and his friend are here. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the Poseidon Hall has 3 emperors? The Heaven's Spirit Hall will probably return empty-handed, everyone discussed. Although many of them disapproved of the actions of the Poseidon Hall, they did not have a good impression of the strength of the Heaven's Spirit Hall either. Warriors of the Poseidon Hall, you have overstepped your boundaries. Please leave the territory of our Heaven's Spirit Hall immediately, and we will let bygones be bygones. A Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall said with a deep voice. A Hall Elder of the Heaven's Spirit Hall said with a heavy voice. His voice resonated through the surroundings, reaching a radius of 10,000 kilometers. This place has been temporarily taken over by us. Elders of the Heaven's Spirit Hall, please make things easier for us. Once our esteemed Hall Master is done, we will leave immediately. A Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall hurried over from nearby and clasped his hands at the group of people from the Heaven's Spirit Hall. This is the territory of our Heaven's Spirit Hall, not your Poseidon Hall. Without the permission of our Hall Master, you have no right to take over this land. Warriors of the Poseidon Hall, please leave immediately, or do not blame us for being rude. A Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall said with a deep voice. A Hall Elder of the Heaven's Spirit Hall said with a sunken face. Soon after, a tremendous presence radiated from his body, directly pressing towards the elder of the sea goddess hall. He seemed like he would start a fight as soon as he disagreed. The hall master of the Poseidon Hall became rather stern. There were several hundred people on the other side, and half of them were Holy Emperor. He only had around 20 people on his side. The difference in strength was just far too great. Once they began fighting, they would not be able to last even a single round. Just as the Holy Emperor of the Poseidon Hall were stuck in a dilemma, the temperature in the surroundings suddenly plummeted. In a single moment, the surroundings seemed to have become a cavern of ice. It was extremely cold, and even the Holy Emperor could not help but shiver. Yadrium had silently appeared there. She was enveloped by a layer of intense, blue light that illuminated the surroundings. It was impossible to see her appearance, but she gave off a terrifying presence that could make the world tremble. Just by herself, she had suppressed the several hundred people of the Heavens Spirit Hall like a hot knife through butter. Yadrium's appearance did not cause the people of the Heavens Spirit Hall to panic at all. All of them remained composed. A Hall Master bowed to Yadrium and said, "Esteemed Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall, have you forgotten about the agreement? Without the permission of our Hall Master, you are not allowed to set foot in the territory of our Heavens Spirit Hall. Please abide by the rules of the agreement, Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall. The area of 10,000 kilometers around here has been temporarily taken over by us. No one is allowed to set foot in here, and anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." Yadrium only replied with a single sentence. She was cold and emotionless, forceful and decisive, leaving the experts of the Heavens Spirit Hall speechless. At the same time, Jianshan sat on the Ziying sword with his eyes closed in the air above where Poseidon had been reconstructed. Suddenly something happened. The space around him violently distorted and his vision blurred. When it cleared up again, he had arrived in a world of corpses and blood. The world was blood-red and endless baleful presence permeated the surroundings. The corpses on the ground piled up into small mountains, making it seem like hell. It was hair-raising. Endless baleful presence began to gather, forming circles that were difficult to see with the naked eye. They wrapped around Jianshan's body layer by layer. This was a powerful trapping formation that could trap the Holy Emperor for a while. At the same time, the circles of baleful presence possessed a suppressive effect, making it difficult for people to unleash their full strength. Jianshan was enveloped by the formation in a single moment. Jianshan did not panic at all as he sat on the Ziying sword. He slowly opened his eyes and gently smiled. "Hall Masters, I've endured for so long. You've finally taken action." Jianshan, looks like you won't be able to remain the Emperor of the Turtle Clan for much longer. Today is the day you die." The voice of the Hall Master of the Dragon God Temple rang out. He had come to an agreement with the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall before they had arrived. If they had the chance, they would first work together to kill off the ruler of the Turtle Clan, because the ruler of the Turtle Clan had risen up far too quickly. The threat he posed to them was far greater than the Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall. Chapter 1365. Jianshan raised his head and studied the formation. He said, "This is only a trapping formation. It's not enough to kill me. Hall Masters, if you still want to kill me, use the killing formations you've brought with you." Jianshan, since you want to die so much, we'll fulfill your wish," the Hall Master sternly said. The Hall Master of the Serpent God Hall said sternly. With that, a killing intent immediately permeated the surroundings. The scenery before Jianshan changed once again. The blood-red hell vanished and appeared in a hazy, gray space. The trapping formation was still present. Jianshan could still feel a mysterious power on him, trying to suppress his strength. Now that the killing formation had overpowered the trapping formation, the Hall Master Dragon God Temple had placed him in the trapping formation. The two formations seemed to be fusing together. Suddenly, the roars of dragons rang out. 9 10,000-meter-long serpent dragons appeared in the surroundings, radiating with powerful and terrifying presences. Every single serpent dragon was no weaker than the Holy Emperor. This is a formation cast down from the essence blood of the past Hall Masters of the Serpent God Hall. Every single serpent dragon is condensed from essence blood, Jian Chen murmured to himself. His soul was so powerful right now that the senses of his soul had already pierced through the killing formation, allowing him to see through it clearly. The 9 serpent dragons furiously roared as they flew over from the surroundings. They charged toward Jianchen in an unstoppable manner. Every single serpent dragon seemed to be a living holy emperor. Their tremendous presences overlapped with one another and crushed toward Jianchen, almost causing space to collapse. The Serpent God Hall and the Heaven's Spirit Hall were tremendous organizations that had existed for countless years after all. They had given birth to countless holy emperors during that time, far more than the Tian Yuan continent. Although no Origin Realm experts had appeared after Poseidon, there were plenty of talented Hall Masters who had created earth-shaking Tian-level saint techniques and various killing formations. Jianchen and Tai Ta had fought against the Hall Master Dragon God Temple not because the Hall Master Dragon God Temple was not powerful enough, but because he had been too careless and had not made sufficient preparations. However, it was different this time. In order to kill Jianchen, the 2 Hall Masters of the Serpent God Hall and Heaven's Spirit Hall had made sufficient preparations. Even though they were injured, they were still extremely powerful. Jianchen, I'd like to see how you get through this formation. This is the 9 Dragons formation of destruction. It's a powerful killing formation created by a Hall Master of my Serpent God Hall who had reached the peak of Emperor in his later years. Even Emperors will face life-threatening danger if they're trapped inside, let alone you. The Hall Master of the Serpent God Hall sneered. Perhaps the 9 Dragons of Destruction formation was still a little lacking when used against Yadrium, but if it was used on the ruler of the Turtle Clan who had just become an emperor, he would definitely suffer greatly. He might even die in the formation. Due to the influence of the formation, the 9 serpents that were transformed from the Great Emperor's blood essence could unleash the power of a Great Emperor for a short period of time. It was too easy for the 9 great emperors to join forces to kill a newbie who had just become a great emperor. Jianchen did not move as he sat on the Ziying sword. He formed a seal with his hand and the Qing Saw sword on his back immediately shone with a dazzling azure light. With a hum, the Qing Saw sword flew out from Jianchen's back as a streak of light, striking one of the dragons with lightning-like speed. Silently, the dragon that seemed like a real holy emperor vanished into thin air, reduced to nothingness. How is this possible? The Hall Master Dragon God Temple sensed the change in the killing formation as soon as possible. Disbelief immediately filled his face. After destroying the first dragon, the Qing Saw sword flew toward the other 8 dragons at an extremely fast speed. It moved as fast as lightning and was difficult to see with the naked eye. All that could be seen was a flash of azure light. It was impossible to capture it. In less than a second, the 9 dragons had been destroyed by the Qing Saw sword. They did not even have the chance to approach Jianchen before they were all wiped out several thousand meters away. Impossible. This is impossible. The Hall Master Dragon God Temple was dumbfounded outside the formation. He stared blankly at the scene before him as disbelief flooded his face. The 9 Dragons formation of destruction was a powerful formation that his Serpent God Hall took great pride in, yet it was so weak before Jianchen. He struggled to accept this. Boom! With a violent rumble and a dazzling azure light, the Qing Saw sword shattered space with a single slash. It unleashed great power and shattered the trapping formation cast down by the Hall Master Dragon God Temple. Jianchen reappeared. He remained seated on the Ziying sword in the same posture as before. Only a single sword that shone with azure light hovered above his head. The Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall was stunned. He stared at Jianchen in shock, and actually forgot to cast down a new formation. Formations are useless against him. He has treasures that specialize in destroying formations. Use quaking thunders. The Hall Master Dragon God Temple called out. With a flip of his hand, 2 quaking thunders that pulsed with powerful energy appeared in his hand. Jianshan's eyes narrowed as surprise filled his face. This was because the quaking thunders in the Hall Master Dragon God Temple's hands actually pulsed with energy that was no weaker than the Holy Emperor's quaking thunders. Jianshan had obtained quite a few quaking thunders in the divine realm before, but the highest grade he had obtained was only at the 16th star. He had never seen any quaking thunders of a higher grade. However, the 2 quaking thunders in the hands of the Hall Master Dragon God Temple had clearly surpassed the 16th star. They had reached the 17th star, or even the 18th star. The Hall Master Dragon God Temple felt rather pained when he took out the 2 quaking thunders. Quaking thunders of such a high grade had not been produced in the sea realm for several tens of thousands of years. The quaking thunders in his hands had been left behind by the past Hall Masters of the Serpent God Hall several tens of thousands of years ago. Every single one of them possessed devastating power, enough to kill the Holy Emperor. He did not have a lot left now, so every single one of them was gone. However, Jianshan's rate of growth was just far too shocking. Now that his grievances had run deep, he would bring disaster to the Serpent God Hall sooner or later if he did not leave. This was why the Hall Master Dragon God Temple had made up his mind to eliminate Jianshan regardless of the cost. A long whistle rang out from afar. Yadriam's killing intent surged as she hurried over as quickly as she could from 10,000 kilometers away. The terrifying presence she gave off was enough to obliterate the surroundings, causing the surrounding space to violently tremble. Chapter 1366. That's the voice of the Hall Master of Poseidon. Who's the majesty the Hall Master speaks of? The Hall Master of Poseidon is one of the 3 great leaders of the sea realm. He's an emperor with the greatest status. Just who else can be the majesty the Hall Master of Poseidon speaks of? Yadriam's shout caused an uproar in the crowd. Everyone began to wonder just who this majesty was to be referred to as a majesty by the most powerful emperor of the sea realm. Was there an existence in the sea realm that was even more esteemed than the Hall Master of Poseidon? Could it be the previous Hall Master of Poseidon? Is the previous Hall Master still alive? Someone guessed. That's impossible. Even if the previous Hall Master is still alive, he's only referred to as the previous Hall Master. It's impossible for him to be a majesty, an expert immediately refuted. He was a 15th star expert and possessed great experience. He possessed a certain level of understanding of the inner workings of the 3 divine halls. Suddenly, the ancestor of a peak organization seemed to think of something. His face drastically changed as he involuntarily cried out, "Since ancient times, only the gods of our sea race have the right to be called majesty. Could it be that the great Poseidon hasn't died and is still alive today?" What? The great Poseidon hasn't died? That's impossible. It's been 1,000,000 years since ancient times. The words of the great ancestor of a top force left countless people dumbfounded. Everyone had an incredulous look on their faces. That's right. The Hall Master of Poseidon's earlier words said that Poseidon is currently undergoing the resurrection ceremony. The Hall Masters of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and the Serpent God Hall are doing everything they can to stop the great Poseidon's resurrection, another 16th star expert said. He was also the ancestor of a peak clan. He was shocked, having been stunned by the shocking news. Heavens, the great Poseidon is actually still alive. This is just too unbelievable. Many people sighed in amazement. Poseidon, one of the 4 experts who had surpassed the Holy Emperor in ancient times, was actually still alive. The news was like a thunderclap to the entire sea realm. It would cause a great disturbance in the sea realm. 10,000 kilometers away, Just when the Hall Master of the Serpent God Hall was about to throw out the two quaking thunders, Yadrium's furious roar suddenly rang out from afar. This made both his and the Hall Master's expressions change. If Yadrium were to make it in time, if Yadrium arrived, it would not be so easy for them to kill the ruler of the Turtle Clan and disrupt Poseidon's resurrection ceremony. Yadrium was young, but she was not weak. As a matter of fact, both the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple and the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall began to describe her strength as unfathomable. Even when they were in peak condition, they had no confidence in defeating Yadrium, let alone when they were both injured. Go keep that girl busy. Leave this to me, the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple growled as cold killing intent filled his eyes. The Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall did not hesitate at all. He immediately charged toward Yadrium as various formation banners appeared in his hands. He tossed them into the air, and they immediately vanished into thin air. The next moment, the space around Yadrium violently trembled. In a single moment she had vanished. She had been trapped by the formation. The Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall knew that the formation alone would not be able to do anything to Yadrium, but he did not stop there. He tossed out various formation banners one after another, casting down 8 formations in the shortest amount of time possible. Every single formation was extremely powerful, enough to deal with emperors. There were even killing formations that were no weaker than the 9 Dragons formation of destruction. The Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall immediately let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Yadrium had been successfully trapped. He secretly thought, "These formations are useless against Jianshan, but I refuse to believe that they'll be useless against you." Originally, many of the formations were prepared for Jianshan, but the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall switched to Yadrium after seeing how they were useless against Jianshan. On the other side, the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple stared at Jianshan with a vicious smile. He was about to toss out the 2 quaking thunders in his hand. However, Jianshan was a step faster than him. The Ziying sword beneath his feet instantly returned to its normal size and appeared in his hand. It shot toward the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple as a violet streak of light. The violet streak of light moved just far too quickly. Jianshan had closed the distance between him and the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple, so the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple did not even have time to react. The violet streak of light arrived before him and chopped off his hands. Jianshan took the 2 quaking thunders from the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple's chopped-off hands and calmly returned to where he had been before. The Serpent God Temple grunted when his hands were chopped off. His face immediately became rather pale. Strands of violet light flickered where his wounds were. The remaining sword chi illuminated his wounds, bringing him excruciating pain. It caused his facial muscles to twist. Blood fell from the sky. A large amount of blood sprayed from the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple's chopped-off hands, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. This was the blood of the Holy Emperor. Every single droplet of blood pulsed with powerful energy. It was a rare treasure to regular fighters. This time, Jianshan did not waste any of it. He pulled out a huge gourd from his space ring and sucked all the blood in. The Hall Master of the Serpent God Hall stared at his bloody wrist in shock. His eyes had already widened to the size of bells. His face was filled with disbelief, as well as a strange sense of fear. "This is impossible. This can't be real," the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple cried out. His gaze towards Jianshan was filled with fear as he staggered backwards. Jianshan stood on the Ziying sword once again. He studied the 2 quaking thunders in his hands as he faintly smiled. "How surprising! I've actually obtained 2 quaking thunders of such high quality. The Serpent God Temple really is an ancient organization that has existed for several 100,000 years." Fear was written all over the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple's face. He stared fixedly at the Ziying sword beneath Jianshan's feet and said in fear, "This definitely isn't your personal strength. Jianshan, what are you using?" Jianchen placed the two quaking thunders into his space ring in satisfaction. He looked at the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple and said, "These are swords that I've just forged. With these two swords, I can kill the Holy Emperor like ant. Hall Master of Dragon God Temple, feel free to use whatever tricks you have." Chapter 1367. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He did not move from his position on the Ziying sword. Instead, he formed a seal with his hand, and the Qing Suo sword hovering above his head immediately chased after him as a green streak of light. This was a sword technique similar to using the soul to control a sword, but it was much more powerful than the one he had once grasped. As long as he was within the range of his soul, he could control the sword to behead an enemy from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Jianchen's soul had become much stronger after being strengthened by the sap of the amethyst spiritual bamboo. It could now cover a range of 200,000 kilometers. As long as the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple did not escape this range, he would not be able to break free from the pursuit of the Qing Suo sword. Under the control of Jianchen's soul, the Qing Suo sword seemed to have surpassed the speed of lightning, traversing 1,000 kilometers in a single instance. Even though the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple was fleeing as fast as he could, he was still slower than the speed of the Qing Suo sword. The Qing Suo sword shone with a green light as it quickly pursued. The Hall Master of Dragon God Temple also discovered the pursuit of the Qing Suo sword. Seeing that he could not break free from the pursuit of the Qing Suo sword, a gleam of light immediately flashed through his eyes. He thought, "This sword can unleash unimaginable power in Jianchen's hands. It can easily break through Emperor-level formations. However, I'm already so far away from Jianchen, and there's no one controlling the sword. I refuse to believe that I can't deal with an uncontrolled sword with my strength. I have to take this sword this time. With this sword in hand, there's no need to fear Yadrium. As for Jianchen, he's even weaker than me now that he has lost these two swords." The blood from the wounds on the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple's hands had already stopped. He slowly waved his two missing arms in front of him. Immediately, a surge of energy surged out, quickly condensing into a 2-meter-wide shield in his left hand. A layer of fine scales appeared on his body, covering him from top to bottom. Every single scale shone brightly as powerful energy pulsed from them. A hand completely condensed from energy had already taken shape in his right hand. It had almost materialized. He held the shield in front of him and used the hand to grab the Qing Suo sword. However, the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple had still underestimated the power of the Qing Suo sword. The Qing Suo sword had just been refined. Under the circumstances where no one was controlling it, it was already capable of injuring the Holy Emperor. Furthermore, the Qing Suo sword was currently being secretly controlled by Jianchen's divine sense. Its power was far greater than before. When the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple's giant hand came into contact with the Qing Suo sword, it was as weak as tofu. The Qing Suo sword easily pierced a hole through the giant hand. Then, without slowing down in the slightest, the Qing Suo sword continued shooting toward the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple. Pooh! The shield in the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple's hand shattered. The Qing Suo sword brought along a green light as it pierced through his body. With the defense of the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple's flood dragon body, there was no way for him to block the attack. The Hall Master of Dragon God Temple's body suddenly stiffened, and his face instantly turned pale. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a bloody mist and drifted down from the sky. There was also a lot of powder from his internal organs mixed in the mist. When the Qing Suo sword pierced through his body, an extremely powerful sword aura exploded in his body. In just an instant, the internal organs in his body were minced into powder. Even his physical body had suffered a destructive injury. A large amount of blood flowed out from the pores all over the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple's body, dyeing him red. His body, which was floating in the air, was on the verge of collapsing. His injuries were very serious, and he could no longer hold on. The Hall Master of Dragon God Temple was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that he had suffered such serious injuries. Right now, almost half of his physical body had been destroyed. His internal organs had been destroyed, and even more than half of the flesh and blood in his body had been turned into powder. Only his primordial spirit was still intact. Jianchen stepped on the Ziying sword and flew over from afar. He lifted the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple with one hand and then flew back. He said, "Hall Master of Dragon God Temple, no one can stop Poseidon from forming his body. You'd better follow me back and wait for Poseidon's punishment. This way, you might still have a chance to live. Of course, if you try to escape from your primordial spirit, then don't blame me for destroying your primordial spirit." The Hall Master of Dragon God Temple's face became ashen when he heard that. Despair filled his eyes. On the other side, the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall focused on controlling the formation against Yadrium. The space before him violently distorted as terrifying pulses of energy radiated from within, causing the space there to tremble. At this moment, there was a flash of azure light. The Qing Suo sword flew over from afar as a streak of light. It passed through the Hall Master's back with lightning-like speed and struck the formation before him. Boom! With a deafening boom, 3 of the 8 formations cast down by the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall were instantly destroyed. The other 5 formations were heavily affected as well, becoming rather damaged. Spurt! The Hall Master vomited a mouthful of blood as he stared at the Qing Suo sword in disbelief. His body swayed a few times in the air before plummeting to the ground. Boom! 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 With the formation damaged, it was no longer as powerful as before. Yadrium used all her strength to break through the formation. With a series of loud booms, a powerful ripple of energy finally erupted. Yadrium had broken through the remaining 5 layers of formations and escaped. She shone with a dazzling blue light that illuminated the surroundings. Terrifying pulses of energy shook up the surrounding space, causing it to ripple. She gave off an extremely terrifying presence. A mermaid statue appeared behind her. It hovered there as if it had fused with Yadrium. Yadrium charged out with her trident. Although the trident was not Poseidon's weapon, it still gave off a chilling presence. As she gently swung it, tiny black lines would appear. These were cracks in space. Yadrium did not discover Jianchen after breaking free. As soon as she charged out of the formations, she discovered the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall falling to the ground. Without saying anything more, she extended her trident and a powerful pillar of energy shot toward the Hall Master. "Your Majesty, please hold on." Jianchen's voice rang out in Yadrium's head. At the same time, there was a flash of azure light. Qing Suo's sword arrived first, swooping down from the sky and blocking the pillar of energy with its blade. The pillar of energy struck Qing Suo's sword and erupted with a great boom. However, Qing Suo's sword did not budge at all. Its azure light remained as powerful as before while the pillar of energy from Yadrium's trident vanished. The Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall had managed to survive. He fell from a height of several thousand meters, causing a mountain to collapse from the impact. He then laid on a pile of rocks as he blankly stared at the sky. He was unable to return to his senses even after quite a while. Chapter 1368. Yadrium became rather stunned as she stared at the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall, who was unable to climb to his feet. She could already tell that the Hall Master was extremely heavily injured, to the point where he had basically lost the ability to move, which surprised her. This was because she was not the one who had injured the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall. With a flash of azure light, the Qing Suo sword that had blocked Yadrium's attack unscathed turned into a streak of light and returned to Jianchen's back. Jianchen flew over on his sword from afar and said to Yadrium, "Hall Master, the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall is very heavily injured. He can't endure another attack from you, or you'll probably wipe him out on the spot." Yadriam shifted her gaze away from the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and stared at the Ching-Saw sword on Jianshan's back without blinking. She still could not forget how the azure sword had flown over from afar and blocked her powerful attack effortlessly. "Jianshan, is that really a weapon you forged?" Yadriam asked. She found it very difficult to believe that Jianshan could forge such powerful swords. Jianshan indifferently smiled. "Speaking of which, I can only be considered as half a forger. I was only able to forge these 2 swords with the assistance of an expert. I only played a supporting role. However, the power of these 2 swords might be greater than the weapons of His Majesty Poseidon. Hall Master, do you believe what I said back then? With these 2 swords, it won't be difficult for me to kill the Hall Masters of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and Serpent God Hall." Yadriam glanced at a nearby mountain. She saw the Hall Master of the Serpent God Hall lying on the ground like a pile of mud after losing his hands. He stared at the sky soullessly as despair filled his eyes. Yadriam sighed inside. Her gaze toward Jianshan was filled with mixed feelings. Back then, Jianshan was only a puny saint ruler in her eyes. A person at that level was no different from an ant to the Hall Master of Poseidon. Only a short amount of time had passed, yet Jianshan had grown from a puny saint ruler to a level that even shocked her. Yadriam knew that she was no longer Jianshan's opponent. At the very least, she was unable to heavily injure 2 emperors as easily as Jianshan had. He's become even more terrifying with such a powerful weapon. Probably only experts who have surpassed Emperor Realm can suppress Jianshan, Yadriam thought. She became rather gloomy. She could not help but think of herself. She had cultivated for several thousand years to reach her current level of strength, yet Jianshan had become even more powerful than her in just a few decades. She felt very unsettled. Right now, our world is facing the threat of the world of Forsaken Saint. If we don't have enough strength, the day they attack our world might be the day of our destruction. We just happen to need strength right now. Hall Master, I don't think we should kill the 2 of them right now. After all, holy emperors are just far too rare. Every additional holy emperor will strengthen our defenses. What do you think, Your Highness? Jianshan asked. He did have some grievances with the 2 Hall Masters of the Serpent God Hall and Heaven's Spirit Hall, but he would rather eliminate the threat of the world of Forsaken Saints first before settling his personal grievances. Yadriam stowed her trident away and her powerful presence slowly dispersed. After a moment of thought, she nodded. "You're right. The world of Forsaken Saints is far too powerful. Killing each other right now is no different from digging our own graves. I won't take their lives, but their fates will still be decided by Your Majesty." Afterward, Yadriam placed the Hall Masters of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and the Serpent God Hall together. She used a secret technique to seal their strength to prevent them from secretly recovering and escaping. Jianshan took the space rings of the Hall Master and Hall Master of Dragon God Temple without any hesitation. He obtained a large amount of wealth from them. His greatest harvest was the 8 quaking thunders that could heavily injure the Holy Emperor. Before long, the news that the Hall Master and Hall Master of Dragon God Temple had been subdued by the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and the ruler of the Turtle Clan spread. It caused an uproar among the crowd. Many people had already realized that the balance of power in the sea realm that had existed for countless years was about to change. The situation that had persisted for so many years was about to be rewritten. However, both the status and reputation of the Turtle Clan skyrocketed after the battle, causing everyone to fear them. Although many people did not have high hopes for the strength of the Turtle Clan, they would forever remain at the apex of the sea realm as long as the Emperor of the Turtle Clan did not fall. They would become a colossus like the 3 Divine Halls. After the Emperor of the Heaven's Spirit Hall was captured, the experts that belonged to the Heaven's Spirit Hall all left dejectedly. Some of them believed that the Heaven's Spirit Hall was done for, so they left halfway and parted ways with the Heaven's Spirit Hall. The news of the two Hall Masters being captured spread across the entire sea realm very quickly, shocking the world. In a medium-sized organization called the Kaler Tribe, the patriarch of the Kaler Tribe had been extremely worried recently. His daughter Kea had received the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands from the ruler of the Turtle Clan, so she had been cultivating in seclusion recently. Her strength had increased extremely rapidly, which should have been something worth celebrating for the patriarch as her father. However, what made him feel helpless was that Kea's cultivation consumed an extremely large amount of resources. She required a large number of crystal coins. He had already done everything he could to take away a large portion of the crystal coins that were allocated to his clansmen, but it was still not enough to satisfy Kea's needs. This caused the patriarch to feel extremely troubled. The Kaler tribe was only a medium-sized one. They were not wealthy. Although they possessed a low-grade crystal mine, the amount they could mine in a year was extremely limited. It was only enough to maintain the cultivation grounds of their clansmen. Kea's cultivation had basically taken up half of the resources, so many clansmen had been given less crystal coins than before. This had already led to a large wave of opposition in the clan, which caused the patriarch to feel very pressured. I hope my good friends won't disappoint me and can provide me with some assistance so that my daughter can become stronger faster, thought the patriarch. All he could do now was place his hopes on his good friends. At this moment, a guard walked in from outside and said, "Patriarch, the patriarchs of the Tyt tribe, Herman tribe, Golden Sword tribe, Dakar clan, and Tingwei clan have come to visit." The patriarch rejoiced inside and said, "Invite them in. No, I'll personally go welcome my old friends. It's been many years since I've seen them." The patriarch chatted happily with his old friends in a secret room of the Kaler tribe. He had once ventured through the sea realm with these old friends when he was young. They had sworn blood oaths and gone through trials of life and death together. They were extremely close, and they had all become leaders of organizations now. "My old friends, I had no choice but to invite you here this time. My daughter has recently obtained an impressive cultivation method and is devoting herself to it. Once she has mastered it, she will become an emperor and rule over a region," said the patriarch of the Kaler tribe. Chapter 1369. This cultivation method was gifted to my daughter by the supreme emperor of the Turtle clan in the past. It's said that once she has mastered the cultivation method, she will become an emperor. Once my daughter becomes an emperor, it'll be a great time for both my tribe and all of you to soar, said Kai Tian. He was extremely at ease with his old friends. After all, they had all gone through trials of life and death together in the past. The eyes of everyone present narrowed when they heard that. Shock filled their faces. After quite a while of silence, one of them asked, "Kai Tian, since the emperor of the Turtle clan has given your daughter such a powerful cultivation method, you must have some relationship with the emperor of the Turtle clan, right? Why have we never seen your Kaler tribe interact with the Turtle clan?" Kai Tian gently sighed. "To be honest, my tribe has never had any relationship with the esteemed emperor of the Turtle clan. It's all because of my daughter. My daughter was fortunate enough to meet the emperor of the Turtle clan once when she ventured out, which was why she received his great favor and was bestowed with a supreme cultivation method." "I see. I've heard that the Kaler tribe has a relationship with the ruler of the Turtle clan several years ago, but it was only a rumor back then. It had never been proven. Looks like the rumor is true after all. The ruler of the Turtle clan from back then has already become an emperor that can shake up the sea realm. Kai Tian, you've basked in the glory of the emperor of the Turtle clan, so it's only a matter of time before you soar. Don't forget about your old friends once you become famous." His old friends all smiled apologetically, each of them looking very happy, causing Kai Tian's face to be filled with pride. "Kai Tian, I'm sure you didn't call us here just to show off how amazing your precious daughter is now, right? Tell us, what kind of trouble have you encountered? Based on our many years of friendship, we will help you no matter how big of a problem it is. An old man spoke. Although he looked very old, his actual age was about the same as Kai Tian's. Kai Tian gently coughed and said, "To be honest, my daughter's need for crystal coins is just far too great. With the wealth of our tribe, it's not enough to support her cultivation. In order to not delay her cultivation, I had no choice but to invite my old friends here. I want to borrow some crystal coins from you. I'll definitely pay you back double in the future. It's just a few crystal coins. Don't worry, Kai Tian. In order for Kea to become an emperor sooner, we'll do our best to support her even if we have to tighten our belts. Don't you all agree?" said a young man. He was the patriarch of the Herman tribe. "That's right. We'll send the crystal coins over as soon as we return," said the patriarch of the Tyt tribe. Kai Tian's 5 friends all expressed their willingness to support him, which made him very happy. Although his daughter rarely asked him for crystal coins, Kai Tian knew that the crystal coins he gave Kea every month were nowhere near enough for her cultivation need. In order for his daughter to become an expert that could shock the world, Kai Tian basically did everything he could to gather cultivation resources. Kai Tian's 5 friends all left. Several days later, the 5 of them returned to the Kaler tribe with a large number of crystal coins. They were warmly invited by Kai Tian to a secret room. In the secret chamber, Kai Tian gratefully accepted the space rings from his 5 friends. After checking them, his face immediately lit up with excitement. The 5 space rings each contained 10 million to 30 million crystal coins. The total amount of crystal coins in the 5 space rings was close to 100 million crystal coins. This was an extremely great fortune to the Kaler tribe. My old friends have probably lent me all the wealth their clans have accumulated over the years to help Kea become an emperor sooner. Once Kea becomes powerful in the future, I have to get her to take good care of my old friends." Kai Tian was overjoyed. The 100 million crystal coins brought by his old friends was a timely help to him. This filled Kai Tian's heart with gratitude. He swore to himself that he would never forget the kindness of his old friends today. At this moment, the door to the secret room opened. An old man ran in from outside in a panic. Kai Tian frowned. Right now, he was discussing a confidential matter with a few old friends. Naturally, he didn't want to be disturbed by outsiders. He was just about to open his mouth to complain, but when he saw that it was this old man, he forcefully swallowed the words he was about to say. This old man was one of his seniors. His name was Kai Lu. Although he wasn't as strong as Kai Tian respected him very much. Kai Lu's eyes were filled with hatred as he glanced at the 5 people in the secret room. He then worriedly said to Kai Tian, "Patriarch, it's bad. The Tyt tribe, Herman tribe, Golden Sword tribe, Dakar clan, and Yen Wei clan have surrounded our Kaler tribe. Our tribe has suffered heavy casualties, and rivers of blood have formed. We can't stop them anymore." "What?" Kai Tian was shocked. His face was full of disbelief, because the patriarchs of the 5 families were here at this moment. Moreover, they were very close friends with him. At this moment, Kai Tian's 5 friends struck out at the same time. While Kai Tian was distracted, the 5 of them struck out with their palms at the same time. At the same time, they controlled space to restrain Kai Tian, preventing him from dodging. Spurt! Kai Tian immediately vomited blood as he heavily slammed into the wall of the secret room. The entire room violently shook from the impact. Kai Lu's expression changed drastically. He glanced at the heavily injured Kai Tian as deep sorrow filled his eyes. Without saying anything else, he turned around and fled. "We can't let him get away. The Kaler tribe can't let a living person escape, or we'll be in trouble. I'll chase after him," the patriarch of the Golden Sword tribe said with a heavy voice as he immediately chased after the old man. However, at this moment, a formation inscription suddenly appeared on the wall of the secret room. Kai Tian had activated the formation in the secret room at this moment, sealing it off and preventing the patriarch of the Golden Sword tribe from escaping. The patriarch of the Dakar clan studied the formation and said, "This formation is not weak. It'll take the 5 of us some time to get through it. Don't worry, we've already set up an inescapable net outside. I guarantee that no one will be able to escape. The news won't leak." Kai Tian staggered to his feet. His face was currently pale as he stared at his old friends in disbelief. His heart ached as he asked with a trembling voice, "Why? Why are you doing this? I've always treated you as my best friends. In the past, we ventured into the sea realm together, traversing through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Have you forgotten the oath we swore with our blood? Just what have I done to offend you for the 5 of you to work together against me?" The patriarch of the Tyt tribe gently sighed. "Kai Tian, do you really treat us as your friends? Since you treat us as friends, why didn't you share such a powerful cultivation method with us when your Kaler tribe obtained it? We'll share our joys and sorrows. Kai Tian, that was our oath back then. We didn't go back on our words. You wanted crystal coins, so we gave them to you. However, your Kaler tribe wanted to take the cultivation method that could allow one to become an emperor for themselves. The one who went back on the oath was you, not us," coldly said the patriarch of the Golden Sword tribe. Kai Tian smiled as 2 streams of blood flowed down his face. He murmured, "So you wanted the cultivation method of the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands. How laughable! I treated you as my best friends, yet you set me up for the cultivation method. The blood oath of the past was so laughable, and the friendship of the past was so fragile. I hate it. I shouldn't have trusted you so easily. Not only have I harmed my tribe, but I've harmed my daughter as well. It's actually the cultivation method of the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands. The Emperor of the Turtle Clan probably relied on this cultivation method to become an emperor. Kai Tian, give us the cultivation method of the 8 Wastelands, and we'll still be friends. Once we all become emperors, the entire sea realm will belong to us," the patriarch of the Dakar clan said eagerly as his eyes lit up. The gazes of the patriarchs of the other 4 clans burned with desire as well. Their breathing became heavy. The cultivation method of the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands was extremely tempting to them. In particular, when they heard that the Emperor of the Turtle Clan had relied on this cultivation method to become an emperor, their hearts began to thump uncontrollably. Kai Tian laughed at the sky. He laughed very maniacally as surging energy surged from his body. He then suddenly charged toward the 5 of them. He did not care about his own life, wanting to take them down with him. At the same time, he used the formation to attack. Kai Tian, since you don't care about our brotherhood and want to take the cultivation method for yourself, don't blame us for being merciless, the patriarch of the Golden Sword clan called out. Kai Tian's strength was on par with the 5 of them, not to mention the fact that he was heavily injured right now. He was not the opponent of his 5 good friends, so he collapsed in a pool of blood very soon. His soul had been wiped out. Let's get through the formation quickly and go find Kea. The cultivation method of the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands must be on Kea, the patriarch of the Tyt tribe said to the 4 of them as he blocked the attacks from the formation. The Kaler tribe was only a medium-sized tribe. Although they had been around for quite some time, they did not possess a great heritage. The formation in the room was unable to stop the 5 saint rulers at all. They broke through the formation very quickly when they worked together. Cries of battle rang out from the Kaler tribe outside. The clansmen of the Kaler tribe were engaged in an intense battle against the 5 great clans. A barrier enveloped the surroundings, preventing the clansmen of the Kaler tribe from escaping. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides was just too great. The ground was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Basically all the people who had fallen were from the Kaler tribe. Kai Lu stood outside the door to another hidden room in the Kaler tribe. He no longer cared if he was disturbing the person cultivating in the room. He used the most brute force he could muster to knock on the heavy stone door, causing it to produce a series of thumps. Very soon, the door to the room opened and a gentle light shone out. Kea sat in the center of the room in her white robes. She formed a seal with her hands and her gaze was calm, as if she hid another world. She gave off a sacred presence. It was as if a goddess with an extraordinary presence was sitting there. Kea had clearly undergone a drastic change after practicing the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. "Uncle Lu, you seem so flustered. What happened?" Kea calmly asked. However, her presence changed as soon as she spoke. Her sacred presence vanished and she became ordinary once more. Kai Lu hurried into the room and said, "Kea, run! Your father's 5 good friends are all ambitious. They worked together to kill your father, so he's probably dead now. Our Kaler tribe is facing destruction as well. Kea, run quickly or it'll be too late." Kea was shocked. She suddenly stood up and asked, "Uncle Lu, what's going on?" Chapter 1370. Kea arrived beside Kai Lu in a single stride. She grabbed his arm and asked in a hurry, "Uncle Lu, what about my father? How is he?" Kai Lu shook off Kea's arm and pushed Kea away in a hurry. He said, "Kea, don't worry about your father. You can't save him. Leave quickly or it'll be too late. You're the only hope of our tribe. You have to survive, so only then can you avenge all the people who've died in the future." "No, I have to save my father." Kea was filled with worry. She also felt some fear. She could already tell the severity of the situation from Kai Lu's words. She was extremely afraid of losing her father. "Your father has already been ambushed by 5 of his friends who are as strong as him. Those friends are probably after your cultivation technique. Silly girl, you won't be able to save your father. Even if you hand over the cultivation technique, they won't leave a single one of you alive. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and leave," Kai Lu said anxiously. He would occasionally turn around to look behind him, his face filled with unease. "Uncle Lu, you go first. I have to go save my father." Kea spoke firmly. She gently shook off Kai Lu's hand and charged off with lightning speed. No matter how Kai Lu pleaded behind her, he was unable to stop her. Boom! As soon as Kea emerged from the room, a violent boom rang out. The ground in the distance cracked as soil was thrown into the air. Powerful ripples of energy radiated out from the cracks. A 10-meter-wide crater had been blasted open at the center of the explosion, leading straight to the ground. The patriarchs of the 5 clans slowly flew out from the crater. They carried the lifeless Kai Tian in their hands. "Father!" Kea discovered Kai Tian in their hands with a single glance. Her eyes immediately became bloodshot as she sorrowfully cried out and charged over without any regard for her own safety. "Kea, you've come at just the right time. Hand over your cultivation method, or you'll end up like your father," the patriarch of the Dakin clan said with a burning gaze. The patriarch of the Dakar clan said with burning desire. He looked at Kaya like she was a huge treasure trove. His eyes were filled with greed, and he arrived before Kaya with a flash. He directly extended his hand in an attempt to capture her. "It was you who killed my father," Kea sorrowfully cried out at the sky. She was heartbroken as tears rolled down her cheeks. Blue light radiated from her body as a powerful aura radiated from her. She struck out with a palm strike, fighting the patriarch of the Dakin clan. With a muffled sound, Kea collided with the patriarch's palm. Her body swayed and she was sent flying over a dozen steps. Every step left behind 2 deep footprints in the ground. The patriarch of the Dakin clan violently trembled. He swayed a few times on the spot before shock filled his face. He said, "Kea, I never thought that you would have already become a 13th star expert." The 13th star was equivalent to the 1st to 4th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler on the Tian Yuan continent. This level of strength could be regarded as the apex in a few small or medium-sized clans. It must be the cultivation method of the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands. The cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands really is wondrous. The ruler of the Turtle Clan has become an emperor in such a short amount of time after cultivating it. Kea is also cultivating the same cultivation method, so her strength has increased so quickly as well. The eyes of the patriarch of the TYT clan shone as his emotions surged. It was as if he could already see the moment he became an emperor. "You must obtain the cultivation method," said the patriarch of the TYT clan. He was an extremely young man and was extremely handsome. He only seemed to be in his 20s, and he was also very greedy. The patriarch of the Dakin clan struck out once again. This time, he did not hold back. A 3-meter-long spear appeared in his hand as it radiated with powerful pulses of energy. He stabbed it toward Kea with lightning-like speed. At the same time, he used his Saint Ruler abilities to restrict Kea's movements. He wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. The energy around Kea swelled, shining with a bright blue light. She stared at the 5 people before her in hatred. She spread her arms and countless specks of white light gathered from the surroundings, condensing into 8 spears around her. Every single spear was 8 meters long. Although they were blurry, a mysterious energy flowed through them. 8 wastelands activate. // Kea yelled out. The 8 spears immediately shot into the sky with light, breaking through the frozen space in an instant. They then shot toward the patriarch of the Dakin clan in a straight line. Boom! 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 The patriarch of the Dakin clan had already reached the 14th star and was at the 6th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. He was far more powerful than Kea, so he used his spear to block the 8 spears. With 8 booms, the ground was filled with dust and dirt. Powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc in all directions. The patriarch of the Dakin clan destroyed the 8 spears one by one. However, although Kea had just become a Saint Ruler, the 8 spears she had condensed were very powerful. After destroying the spears, the patriarch of the Dakin clan uncontrollably retreated several dozen meters. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were disheveled. He was not injured, but he was in horrible shape. The patriarch of the Dakin clan was not angered at all. Instead, the greed in his eyes became even more intense. He excitedly said, "This must be a secret technique created by the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands. It's actually so powerful. You actually managed to force me back with your strength. It's already comparable to a Tion-level Saint technique. You can use it so quickly. This secret technique is even better than a Tion-level Saint technique," the patriarch of the Yenwei clan said excitedly. He was rather eager to obtain the cultivation method. The patriarch of the TYT tribe was impatient as well. He said, "Stop wasting time. Let's end this quickly. Let's all attack together." The 5 of them struck out at the same time, using their full strength. All of them were rather impatient, so they went as far as to lower themselves to deal with Kea, who had just become a Saint Ruler. It was already extremely difficult for Kea to deal with one of them by herself. Now that the 5 of them had struck out together, she was unable to fight back at all. She condensed another 8 spears to force back one of them. She no longer had the power to deal with the attacks of the other 4. The spear passed through Kea's shoulder while the trident left behind a long gash on her chest. The other 2 struck Kea's chest with their hands at the same time. Spurt! Kea vomited blood as she was blown away. She became extremely pale. If it were not for the fact that the 5 of them wanted to obtain the cultivation method from her and did not want to harm her life before they obtained it, the wave of attacks probably would have been enough to wipe out Kea's soul. Kea, run. Remember, avenge our Kaler tribe in the future. The ones who destroyed us were the TYT tribe, Herman tribe, Golden Sword tribe, Dakin clan, and Tingwei clan, Kai Lu called out from the distance. Kai Lu charged over from afar and called out miserably. He held a 14th star quaking bomb in his hand, directly charging towards the patriarchs of the 5 clans. "Be careful, he has quaking thunders," the patriarch of the Herman clan called out. He immediately controlled space to restrain Kai Lu. However, Kai Lu was already close enough to them. The quaking thunders had already been activated, and with a great boom, Kai Lu's old body was devoured by the tremendous energy released by the quaking thunders. The patriarchs of the 5 clans all retreated to avoid the shockwaves from the quaking thunders. Uncle Lu. Kea produced a heart-wrenching cry. She was grief-stricken. She constantly vomited blood as tears streamed down her face. The barrier around the Kaler tribe constantly trembled from the shockwaves from the quaking thunders. It shook violently. Kea glanced in the direction Kai Lu had vanished in. She endured her pain as her body trembled. She gritted her teeth and opened her arms, condensing another 8 spears to throw at the barrier. Boom! With a great rumble, a huge hole was ripped open in the barrier. Kea charged toward her father's corpse as quickly as she could. She picked up the corpse and charged out of the barrier. She did not even look back. Chase after her. We can't let her escape. The patriarchs of the 5 clans panicked. They all pursued as quickly as they could. Chapter 1371. Kea fled as quickly as she could with her father's corpse. Tears constantly flowed from her eyes as blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with hatred and grief. The patriarchs of the 5 clans pursued closely from behind. All of them used their full strength and even used secret techniques that could increase their speed. They had to capture Kea because not only did it affect whether they could obtain the cultivation method of the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands, but it also affected their fates in the future. We can't let her escape no matter what. It's rumored that she has some ties with the Emperor of the Turtle Clan. Although it hasn't been proven, we need to be cautious. That's right. If Kea finds the Emperor of the Turtle Clan, we probably won't be able to escape death even if we flee to the ends of the world, said the patriarchs of the 5 clans. They were all stern. They had underestimated Kea's strength. None of them had thought that Kea would actually possess the strength to break through the barrier, which led to something like this. Kea was nowhere near as strong as the 5 of them, but in terms of speed, she was no slower than them. In fact, she even surpassed them. 8 spears appeared behind her. Although they were blurry, every single one of them radiated with a mysterious presence. A mysterious power circulated within them. The 8 spears were 3 meters long and planted behind Kea in a fan shape. At the same time, a mysterious power radiated from the spears, connecting them together. From afar, they seemed like a pair of wings. The wings slowly flapped, allowing Kea to possess incomparable speed. She did not need to use any other secret techniques to move at a speed that even 7th Heavenly Layer Saint Rulers could not compare to as a new Saint Ruler. The 5 people became more and more anxious when they saw the distance between them and Kea widening. The patriarch of the Tyt tribe coldly said, "We can't catch up. I'll use a secret technique to mark her so that we can track her." The chief of the Tyt tribe immediately began to use a secret technique. A drop of blood flew out from the tip of his tongue and shot towards Kea with lightning speed before disappearing. This was his innate secret technique. Only this kind of race could cultivate it. Not everyone could grasp it. Once one was affected by this secret technique, they would be able to sense it even from a considerable distance away. It was difficult to eliminate it. In the territory of the Heaven's Spirit Hall, in the barren mountain where Poseidon had revived, there were already over 10 million oceanic clansmen gathered here. All of them silently stood 5,000 kilometers away, and not a single one dared to try and charge in. During this period of time, the news of Poseidon's imminent resurrection had spread throughout the entire sea region, attracting countless people to come and watch. Many people were in high spirits, looking forward to the day when Poseidon would return. In ancient times, the sea god had wholeheartedly considered the interests of his people and made great contributions to his people. He had even laid down a protective barrier to protect the sea region. He was the most respected person in the sea region at that time. Now, the times were different. Many years had passed since ancient times, so Poseidon's prestige was not as great as before. There were even a few experts who began to harbor ill intentions. However, there were still a few people who supported Poseidon and followed Poseidon blindly. Not everyone had changed. 3 months later, the water elemental energy from the 99 spirit springs had disappeared, and the formation had stopped absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth. After a period of intense consumption, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the entire sea area was rapidly weakening, leaving less than 60%. It would take a long time for the yuan qi to recover. The reconstruction of Poseidon's body had consumed far too much energy. Yadrium sat on a mountain peak in the barren mountains. She loyally guarded the place, protecting Poseidon. She had never let her guard down during this period of time. She paid attention to the situation in the surroundings at all times, preventing anyone else from causing trouble after the 2 hall masters of the Serpent God Hall and Heaven's Spirit Hall. Gentian sat on the Ziying sword 1,000 meters in the air as a violet light hovered. He focused on comprehending the sword, comprehending the most basic sword techniques he had obtained from the sword spirit. However, he did not forget about Poseidon's safety. He spared a small portion of his soul to observe a radius of 10,000 kilometers so that he could focus on comprehending the sword technique. Suddenly, Gentian's face changed. He immediately stopped comprehending the sword techniques and opened his eyes. He stared at the center of the formation without blinking. Afterward, Yadrium seemed to sense something. She stood up and her clothes fluttered despite the lack of wind. She silently flew over from afar. She was nervous and excited. The center of the formation was still shrouded in darkness. It seemed like another space was hidden there, hiding another world. No one could see what was going on inside. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a string of explosions rang out. The formation that Yadrium had cast down in a radius of 100 kilometers actually exploded. It produced a great sound, causing the mountains to tremble and crack. Large swathes of mountains collapsed as dust filled the surroundings. The entire region was enveloped in a thick layer of yellow dust. A powerful aura suddenly appeared, and it continued to grow stronger. In just a few breaths, this aura had reached a terrifying level. It shrouded the entire sea region, as if a beast that had been sleeping since Hong Hang's era had begun to awaken. Is that His Majesty Poseidon? Has His Majesty Poseidon been successfully revived? What a powerful aura! This aura makes my soul tremble. It definitely surpasses the great emperor level. Could it really be the sea god? Poseidon has been revived. After slumbering for 1,000,000 years, His Majesty Poseidon, one of the 4 supreme experts of the ancient times, has reappeared in the world once more. The people gathered 10,000 kilometers away were thrown into an uproar. Countless people let out deafening cries. Some were excited, some were emotional, and some were still in disbelief. They refused to believe that Poseidon was actually still alive. Poseidon's presence was still rapidly increasing. She was like a god that had just awakened from her slumber, slowly displaying her might. Very soon, the tremendous presence charged out of the sea realm and condensed in the blue sky. It radiated with a terrifying pressure. The pressure was countless times more powerful than the pressure of the Holy Emperor. As soon as it spread out, all the experts in the world sensed it. The experts of the 4 races gathered in Mercenary City all stared in the direction of the sea realm in shock. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires and the 3 Holy Emperors were stern. As Holy Emperors, they could sense the pressure even more intensely. They deeply understood just how powerful the pressure was. Even with their strength, when they felt this pressure, they couldn't help but shudder deeply. "It's the sea goddess. It must be her," the Grand Elder murmured. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City murmured. He was excited. They had gained another Origin Realm expert. This was just far too significant to them. Chapter 1372. It's fantastic that Your Majesty has been reborn. From today onwards, our sea realm will be completely united. We won't be in a tripartite balance of power anymore. The Holy Emperor of the Poseidon Hall excitedly spoke. The successful revival of the sea goddess held great significance to the sea realm. This was because the sea realm was completely under the control of the Poseidon Hall in ancient times. Back then, there was only the Poseidon Hall in the sea realm. There was no such thing as the Heaven's Spirit Hall or the Serpent God Hall now. All the experts of the 100 races were extremely happy about Poseidon's revival. In ancient times, only the sea race did not have any grievances with them, so they did not reject the sea race at all. Poseidon slowly rose into the air from the barren mountains in the territory of the Heaven's Spirit Hall in the sea realm. She bathed in an extremely dense layer of blue light. Although her appearance was obscured, she gave off a sacred presence that could not be blasphemed. Poseidon had already concealed her presence, but Gentian and Yadrium still felt a great pressure from her. On a nearby mountain, the Hall Masters of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and Serpent God Hall struggled to raise their heads. They stared blankly at the sea goddess bathed in blue light. Their eyes were filled with despair. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Gentian clasped his hands at Poseidon as he stood on the Zeeing sword. He felt happy for Poseidon from the bottom of his heart. Yadrium dropped to her knees in the air. She was extremely emotional as she said with a trembling voice, "The Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall greets Your Majesty. Gentian, if it weren't for your assistance, I would never have been able to see the light of day again. I can't thank you enough. If you need me in the future, I will definitely assist you with everything I have," Yadrium said with joy. Poseidon said. There was a trace of joy and excitement in her voice. She had waited for this day for far too long. "Your Majesty's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. You have helped me too much in the past. How can I forget? All of this is what I should do. I, Gentian, am not an ungrateful person," Gentian said with a faint smile. He was very straightforward. "Yadrium, I've really troubled you over the past few years to rebuild my body," Poseidon gently said to Yadrium. A thin layer of moisture appeared in Yadrium's eyes. She politely said, "Your Majesty is half a master to Yadrium. The reason why I am where I am today is all because of Your Majesty. Yadrium is willing to serve Your Majesty until the day I die." Poseidon gently sighed and changed the topic. "The crisis of the Tian-Yuan continent is about to descend. This is a crisis that affects the lives of countless people in our world. Our sea realm cannot remain uninvolved. Yadrium, when the robbery comes, lead the experts of the sea race to fend it off." "Yes, Your Majesty. Yadrium will definitely do her best," Yadrium firmly replied. "Let the two of them go. Every single emperor is extremely important to us right now. We can't afford to lose any more soldiers and kill each other at a time like this," Poseidon added. The eyes of the Hall Masters of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and the Serpent God Hall immediately lit up when they heard the sea goddess words. Some light returned to their despairing faces as they became filled with hope. "But Your Majesty, the Heaven's Spirit Hall and the Hall Master Dragon God Temple wanted to stop Your Majesty from reconstructing your body. If it weren't for Gentian's assistance, they probably would have succeeded. Do you really plan on letting them go like this?" Yadrium asked. "They may have tried to harm me, which is unforgivable, but the matter at hand is to fend off the threat of the world of Forsaken Saints. Let's wait until the threat of the world of Forsaken Saints is dealt with before deciding on their crimes," Gentian said slowly. Although she had spent all her time in the sea realm, she knew everything that had happened on the Tian-Yuan continent like the back of her hand. "I've only just reconstructed my body, so I still haven't recovered to my peak condition. I need to immediately enter seclusion so that I can return to my peak condition as soon as possible so that I can deal with the threat of the world of Forsaken Saint. Gentian, this divine hall forged from abyssal crystal, has accompanied me for countless years. It's the most precious thing I have on me. I have no use for it now, so I'll give it to you as thanks for your assistance. You may not be able to use the Divine Hall, but it's extremely important to the Flame Mercenaries because its toughness is incomparable to regular Divine Halls. Poseidon waved her hand and the Divine Hall immediately shrank to the size of a fist before flying before Jianshan. It shone with a faint, dazzling blue light. Jianshan originally wanted to decline, but when he considered the Flame Mercenaries, he could only accept the Divine Hall. Poseidon was right. The Divine Hall was just far too important to the Flame Mercenaries. It could be used as one of the greatest trump cards of the Flame Mercenaries. With that, Poseidon left by herself. She wanted to find a place to enter seclusion so that she could return to her peak condition as soon as possible. There was no need for Jianshan to remain any longer after Poseidon's complete reconstruction. He left as a streak of light on the Qing Suo sword. He moved extremely quickly. Along the way, Jianshan could not help but think of the 4 divine generals of the Serpent God Hall who had hunted him down in the past. Back then, he had killed his way to the Serpent God Hall all by himself and engaged in a great battle with the 4 divine generals. Unfortunately, he had been stopped by a Hall Elder, allowing the 4 divine generals to survive and take revenge. I originally planned on taking your lives once I had enough strength, but now that the Tianyuan continent is facing a crisis, I'll settle my grievances with you once the crisis is over, Jianshan murmured. Compared to the Turtle Clan of the past, the current Turtle Clan was worlds apart. Although the current Turtle Clan no longer had several great perfection experts, they were even more prosperous than their most glorious period. This was because the Turtle Clan had given birth to an emperor. Just the existence of the ruler of the Turtle Clan was enough to make the Turtle Clan as great as the 3 divine halls. They shook up the entire sea realm, and no one dared to provoke them. At the same time, countless experts from various clans came to visit them every day. The clansmen of the Turtle Clan seemed to be living in a dreamy paradise. They had never been so happy or so proud before. In the past, they had fought against several large clans for the crystal coins they needed for cultivation and had almost faced extinction. Now, important figures from various large clans would gift them large amounts of crystal coins every few days. They had never even dared to imagine such a life in the past. However, all the people of the Turtle Clan knew that they were only where they were today because of the ruler. As a result, the ruler of the Turtle Clan had become the most respected and worshipped leader in the hearts of all the clansmen. He was loved by all of them. The discussion hall of the Turtle Clan had been renovated as well. It had become resplendent, grand, and majestic. Jianshan sat on the throne boldly in the discussion hall. Below him, the elders of the Turtle Clan sat on the 2 sides politely. I've gathered you here this time to announce 2 things. First, I'm about to leave the Sea Realm, Jianshan indifferently said. However, the expressions of the elders all changed as soon as he finished speaking. They all panicked and tried their best to persuade him to stay because the Turtle Clan could not go without a ruler. Chapter 1373. The elders of the Turtle Clan all remained silent. Their hearts were clearly very heavy. Even when they heard that the ruler would increase their strength so that their strength would skyrocket in a short amount of time, none of them became happy. This was because the current glory of the Turtle Clan and their supreme status in the Sea Realm was all because of the ruler. The clansmen of the Turtle Clan had not contributed much. Now, the ruler of the Turtle Clan had become a pillar of support for the clan. His presence in the Turtle Clan was extremely meaningful. All the clansmen of the Turtle Clan could not live without their ruler. Although their ruler had left the Turtle Clan every few days in the past, it was only temporary. However, it was different this time. Jianshan did not explain it, but the elders of the Turtle Clan could sense that the ruler was truly leaving this time. He might not return in the future. Ruler, you can't abandon us. The Turtle Clan can't go without you. If you're not here, we'll lose our souls even if we're powerful. We'll be reduced to walking corpses. An elder of the Turtle Clan knelt down as tears streamed down his face. he begged the ruler. "Ruler, don't abandon our turtle clan. Ruler, our turtle clan cannot live without you." The other elders all knelt down as well. They begged bitterly in an attempt to keep Jianchen. Jianchen sighed inside when he saw this. After a moment of silence, he said, "If the turtle clan truly wants to become powerful, we need to get used to life without a ruler. Only a turtle clan that can remain powerful without a ruler is a true clan that can stand at the very peak. Only then can we endure storms without a ruler. Elders, please come with me to a secret room." Jianchen led the sorrowful Zhang Lai to the largest secret room before taking out various heavenly resources from his space ring to increase their strength. The elders of the turtle clan knew that their ruler had already made up his mind. They could not change his mind no matter what they said. They all sat in the secret room dejectedly. They were in low spirit. Jianchen glanced at the elders of the Earth Tortoise tribe who seemed to have lost their souls. He did not say anything and took out some heaven-piercing flowers from the Xian Wang microcosm. The sky-piercing flower emitted a faint fragrance that pervaded the entire secret room. This kind of flower fragrance had the effect of calming one's mind. It could also condense the immortal elemental energy within one's body and suppress one's inner demons. It had the miraculous effect of preventing one's inner demons from interfering during cultivation. This kind of flower was very precious even in the immortal world. The heaven-piercing flower that he had brought out was even more extraordinary since it grew in the Xian Huang microcosm. Its effects were even stronger than ordinary heaven-piercing flowers. As soon as the elders of the turtle clan inhaled the fragrance of the heaven-connecting flower, they immediately became alert. Their eyes brimmed with interest and they immediately became spirited. Their hearts became clear, and their grief from the departure of the ruler of the turtle clan vanished in the blink of an eye. Jianchen was secretly amazed when he sensed the reactions of the elders. The effects of the heaven-connecting flower really were powerful. It did not disappoint him. Jianchen pulled out a large gourd from his space ring and poured out some blood. He divided it into over a dozen balls and hovered before the elders. Every single ball was the size of a thumb and gave off powerful pulses of energy. "I collected this from the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple. It's the blood of the Emperor, so it'll be extremely beneficial to you," Jianchen explained before using the senses of his soul to control the blood, which flowed into the mouths of the elders. As soon as the blood reached their stomachs, the energy within the blood immediately dispersed. It rampaged through the elders' bodies with a violent presence. The elders had no time to say anything. They immediately focused and closed their eyes to refine the blood. Although it was the blood of the Holy Emperor, there was not enough of it. Moreover, it had been stored for so long, so most of the violent energy within it had been worn away. It was no longer a threat to the elders. The elders refined the blood very quickly. Not only did they feel their strength clearly increase, but their bodies had become even more powerful as well. The greatest effect of the blood was not to increase their strength but to strengthen their bodies. The elders all rejoiced. The blood of an emperor was something that countless experts in the sea realm coveted, but unfortunately, no emperor was willing to give their blood to others. It was no different from harming their vitality. However, they had actually managed to enjoy it, which made them feel extremely proud. They all looked at Jianchen. They saw that Jianchen had already boiled a pot of water in the secret room to make tea. A small bowl was placed before them, and each bowl was filled with a faint green liquid. "It's divine water of the world." An elder recognized the liquid and could not help but cry out. The divine water of the world was a rare treasure in the sea realm. It was extremely precious. Just a single mouthful was enough to turn someone with mediocre talent into a cultivation prodigy. Other than that, it was extremely useful to saint rulers. Not only could it increase their strength, but it could also refine their souls, establishing a foundation for them to break through to the Holy Emperor realm. The divine water of the world can allow you to reach the 15th star without any obstructions. You don't need to worry about being limited by your talent. Drink it, Jianchen calmly said. When he had ventured into the depths of the divine realm, he had collected several hundred kilograms of the divine water in one go. The elders of the turtle clan all excitedly drank the divine water of the world before them before closing their eyes. Intoxication filled their faces. Not only did the divine water not cause them to feel any pain when it refined their souls, but it even made them feel like they were ascending to immortality. It was extremely comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, the wondrous feeling from the divine water slowly receded. The elders of the turtle clan all opened their eyes. They were all overjoyed. Not only had they felt their souls become much stronger after drinking the water, even their strength had increased by an extremely large amount. Although they had not broken through, it had saved them several decades or even over a century of cultivation. What made them overjoyed the most was that it would be 100 times easier for them to break through to the Holy Emperor realm after their souls had been refined. As long as they worked hard, becoming a Holy Emperor would not be difficult at all. At this moment, the faint fragrance of tea wafted over. Jianchen had already poured tea for them. There were over a dozen fist-sized, violet peaches on the table. This was a first-grade violet cloud peach. Just a single one could increase one's cultivation by 500 years. 500 years was calculated in the higher world, but it was far more than that for the elders of the turtle clan because their talent was not particularly impressive. Under Jianchen's orders, the elders ate the violet cloud peaches first before downing the entire cup of comprehension tea. Chapter 1374. As soon as the peach entered their stomachs, it immediately turned into tremendous energy. It was pure and powerful, without any impurities. It filled all the elders' bodies in a single moment. The elders of the turtle clan were all shocked. They became rather flustered. The energy was just far too vast and boundless to them. It had completely exceeded the limits of what their bodies could endure. What shocked them even more was that a small peach actually possessed such an unbelievably vast amount of energy. The Emperor's blood and divine water of the world they had just ingested was nothing compared to the violet cloud peach. The elders of the turtle clan tried their best to refine the energy with fear and unease. They were afraid that they would explode from the energy. However, they let out a sigh of relief very soon. Although the energy within the first-grade violet cloud peach was terrifying, it was not as violent as they had imagined it to be. Instead, it was extremely gentle and did not affect them at all. As they refined the violet cloud peach, the comprehension tea played a huge role as well. It brought their consciousness into a wondrous state. Under this state, the elders discovered that the mysteries of the world that they would normally need a very long time to comprehend were presented before them with such clarity. In a daze, they seemed to understand something and comprehend something. Their comprehension of the mysteries of the world rapidly increased. In the past, Jianchen had used the comprehension tea to force his way into the way of the sword before he could cultivate the immortal sword. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how amazing the comprehension tea was in helping people comprehend the laws of the world. Now that the elders of the turtle clan were using the comprehension tea to comprehend the mysteries of the world, which were much weaker than the way of the sword, their rate of improvement was naturally very fast. Jianchen sat before the elders of the turtle clan and paid close attention to their conditions. He watched over them, preventing any accidents from happening to them along the way. This was the first time he had used the heavenly resources he had obtained from the Xianhuang microcosm to increase the strength of others. He could test the true effects of the heavenly resources from the elders. The presences of the elders rapidly strengthened as powerful pulses of energy radiated from their bodies. At this moment, their strength was constantly increasing. Suddenly, a faint, white mist appeared from the elders. It became denser and denser, enveloping all of them in the end. Immediately, the energy of the world in the secret room became extremely dense. Then, it slowly dissipated into the surroundings. Jianchen frowned when he saw this. He could already tell that the white mist from the elders was the vast energy from the violet cloud peach. They're actually unable to completely absorb and refine this 500-year-old violet cloud peach. They've actually wasted quite a lot of it, Jianchen thought. He felt rather pain. With this, the increase in strength from the peach would be drastically reduced. Ziying, Qing Suo, do you have any methods to deal with the energy scattering? Jianchen asked the sword spirit. Master, this is normal. Not everyone can completely absorb the energy from the violet cloud peach. It depends on the person's talent and strength. In the immortals world, when weaker people consume the violet cloud peaches, there will usually be seniors watching over them. They will use their absolute strength to suppress the energy from scattering or use special methods to trap the energy within their bodies. However, Master does not possess the ability to do that with your current strength, Qing Suo said. Jianchen gave up on the idea. He could only watch as the energy from the violet cloud peaches drifted out from the elders. He was unable to stop it. Jianchen waited there for over half a month before the elders finally finished refining the energy. The moment they opened their eyes, a tremendous presence immediately radiated out. Like a flash flood, it immediately shattered the sturdy room and caused it to collapse. The entire clan was heavily affected. Jianchen stowed the heaven-connecting flower away. With a flash, he left the room and stood on the ground with his hands behind his back. The room he had just been in had been built underground. The ground nearby began to collapse, forming a deep pit very soon. The elders of the Turtle Clan all withdrew their presences and emerged from the ground. They all stood behind Jianchen excitedly. They were overjoyed when they sensed their current strength. They all knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you, ruler, for your grace." At this moment, many clansmen of the Turtle Clan had gathered in the surroundings. They had no idea what had just happened, but they immediately knelt down and bowed when they saw Jianchen standing there. They said with great respect, "We greet the ruler." Jianchen dismissed everyone with a wave of his hand. He glanced past the elders of the Turtle Clan and smiled in satisfaction. He said, "Not bad, you haven't disappointed me. Your strength has all increased by leaps and bounds. You've all reached the 15th star, and 5 of you have even reached the 16th star. There are over 10 holy emperors. With the entire sea realm in perspective, no other peak organization has so many peak experts aside from the 3 ancient halls. From now on, even without me, the Turtle Clan will be able to hold up the sky with just you." As he said that, Jianchen looked at the sky above him. The sea realm was enveloped by a huge barrier, so the holy emperor of the Turtle Clan did not attract any auspicious clouds. The joy on the elders' faces gradually vanished. They said rather gloomily, "Ruler, I hope you can come visit us often in the future. Everyone in the Turtle Clan will miss you." Jianchen glanced at the bustling clan and said, "The Turtle Clan is now a great clan that stands at the apex of the sea realm. I've finally completed the Grand Elder's final wish. I might visit you from time to time in the future, so I'll leave the Turtle Clan to you. Farewell." Jianchen stepped onto his Ziying sword and left as a streak of light. "Farewell, ruler." Behind them, the elders of the Turtle Clan remained kneeling. Every single one of them was very sad. Their joy from becoming Saint Kings had vanished long ago. Jianchen paid his respects to the Grand Elder's grave before heading to the Poseidon Hall on his sword. The Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall, Yadrium, personally came out to receive him. Behind her were several hall elders. They all looked at Jianchen in fear and respect. The most eye-catching person among the elders was a woman in a blue dress. Her beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations. She was no less beautiful than Yadrium. Jianchen and Yadrium exchanged some pleasantries before looking at the woman. He clasped his hands. Jianchen was hunted down by the experts of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and Serpent God Hall back then, but it was all thanks to Elder Yadrium's assistance. The woman was Yadrium, known as the most powerful person below the Emperor in the Sea Realm. She was one of the hall elders of the Poseidon Hall. Yadrium bowed to Jianshin and said, "You must be joking, Emperor. You were probably hiding your strength back then. Even without my assistance, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Yadrium was just icing on the cake, so I hope you don't mind." "Jianshin, please come in," Yadrium said and invited Jianshin into the Divine Hall. Yadrium and Jianshin sat across from each other in a resplendent hall. Yadrium personally served them tea and a pile of spiritual fruit. The sea realm has not been peaceful in the past few days. Her Majesty's revival has caused a great disturbance in the sea realm. The Serpent God Hall and Heaven's Spirit Hall have been shaken up. Quite a few people have left and joined our Poseidon Hall. If it were not for the fact that the Heaven's Spirit Hall and the Hall Master Dragon God Temple are still alive, the two divine halls probably would have disbanded already, said Yadrium. "This is the perfect opportunity for your Majesty to unite the sea realm," said Jianshin. Yadrium glanced at Jianshin and shook her head. She gently sighed. "Her Majesty doesn't want me to do that. She said that the three pillars of the sea realm might not necessarily be a bad thing." Jianshin said nothing. This was an internal matter of the sea realm, so it was not his place to say anything. Yadrium picked up a finger-sized spiritual fruit and ate it. She said, "Jianshin, you've come this time to find your friend, right?" "Correct. That's exactly why I've come." Back in the territory of the Heaven's Spirit Hall, Her Majesty Poseidon messaged me before she left. She said that she had sent my friend to the Poseidon Hall to cultivate. "Hall Master, may I ask if my friend is doing well?" Jianshin asked. "Don't worry. Your friend was brought here by Her Majesty. She has been treated as an esteemed guest in the Poseidon Hall. I've already sent people to deliver a large number of God-tier crystals for her cultivation. She's doing well right now and her strength has increased extremely rapidly. I'll take you to see her right now." With that, Yadrium stood up and left. She personally led the way for Jianshin because she believed that with Jianshin's current strength, it would not be rude for her to personally lead the way. The Divine Hall was extremely large. Jianshin followed Yadrium through many twists and turns before arriving in a forbidden area. He stood before a tightly shut room. Yadrium opened the door and a dazzling blue light immediately appeared. An extremely beautiful woman, who seemed to be in her 20s, sat there cultivating. Her hair draped over her shoulders, her face was oval, and her lips were like cherries. Her long eyelashes fluttered, making her look enchanting. She was Huang Luan, who had not been seen for quite some time. However, compared to before, Huang Luan's strength had undergone an overwhelming change. She possessed the water spirit's body, so her talent was astonishing. She cultivated extremely quickly, especially after coming to the sea realm and cultivating the cultivation method Poseidon had imparted to her. Her rate of improvement could only be described as astonishing. She had already reached the 7th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. Although Huang Luan's rate of improvement was nothing compared to Jianshin's, there were very few people in the world who could go from the 1st heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer in such a short amount of time. Huang Luan seemed to sense something when the door to the room was opened and roused from her cultivation. The moment she opened her eyes, her gaze froze. Her eyelashes fluttered gently as she stared at Jianshin in a daze. Her face was filled with joy and excitement. Chapter 1375. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings became silent. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Only the faint breathing of Jianshin and Huang Luan could be heard. Moreover, Huang Luan's breathing gradually became heavier. There was even the faint sound of her heartbeat. This was caused by her overly emotional state. Suddenly, Huang Luan lunged towards Jianshin and hugged him tightly. She buried her head deep into Jianshin's chest as her body trembled slightly. Huang Luan possessed the water spirit body. Logically speaking, she should have a gentle personality. However, she was the exact opposite. There was a natural chivalrous demeanor hidden in her bones. Her personality was relatively straightforward. In particular, she was magnanimous in certain aspects and lacked the shyness of a girl. Jianchen gently hugged Huang Luan's body. Feeling the bouncy skin on his arms, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. Luan, it's been hard on you these past few days. I've left you here to bitterly cultivate and silently endure this lonely time. Jianchen gently sniffed the unique fragrance from Huang Luan's body as he spoke with a face full of self-blame. When he first brought Huang Luan to the Sea Realm, he had left her here to cultivate by herself. He had no choice but to do so. Huang Luan covered Jianchen's mouth with one hand. Her eyes flickered with tears as she affectionately gazed at Jianchen's handsome and resolute face. She gently said, "Chen, Luan doesn't blame you. Luan can only blame myself for being useless. I couldn't help you and let you endure this bloody storm alone. Chen, Luan is currently cultivating with all my strength and doing my best to increase my strength. Once Luan becomes the Holy Emperor, I'll be able to help you." Jianchen was greatly touched when he heard that. He hugged Huang Luan tightly and lowered his head to kiss her forehead gently. He gently said, "Luan, there's no need to be like this. Our bitter days are over. Now I have enough strength to hold up the sky and protect the people around me from harm." Now that they had met again after so many days, the feelings of longing that had been buried in his heart for a very long time completely erupted at this moment. In the silence, with no one to disturb them, Jianchen and Huang Luan leaned against each other. They spoke softly and revealed their true feelings. The two of them had a lot to talk about. Jianchen told Huang Luan about everything he had experienced in the past few years. He felt like there was no need to hide anything from Huang Luan, so he told her everything without holding anything back. The only thing he hid was the secrets of the Azulate swords and the Immortal's world. It was not necessarily a good thing for Huang Luan to come in contact with these matters too early. After learning that Jianchen could easily kill the Holy Emperor, Huang Luan's initial shock turned into joy. At that moment, Huang Luan felt like she had never felt so relaxed before as she leaned against the person she loved the most. In the past few days, she had worked hard on cultivation. She had turned her longing into motivation, constantly thinking about how she could become stronger. It was for no other reason than to be able to help Jianchen. This was because Huang Luan understood that although Jianchen's strength had increased rapidly in the past few years, his days had not been peaceful. He would often walk on the edge of a blade all by himself, fighting on the front lines and walking on the line between life and death. It had not been easy at all. Now that she had learned that her lover had become an expert on par with the Holy Emperor, Huang Luan was overjoyed because she no longer needed to worry about Jianchen's safety. This made her feel much more at ease. "Luan, I've specially come today to take you back to the Tian Yuan continent. You've left the Tian Yuan continent for so long, so it's time for you to go back and have a look. It's also time for us to settle the score with Changyang Qingyun, who planted the ancient secret technique on you," Jianchen gently said. A sliver of viciousness immediately flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he mentioned Changyang Qingyun. It was quite shocking. Huang Luan nestled against Jianchen's chest obediently like a kitten. She gently nodded and said nothing. Afterward, Jianchen took Huang Luan to see the hall master of the Poseidon Hall, Yadrium. He felt that Yadrium had taken care of Huang Luan in the past few days, so he took out a second-grade violet cloud peach and a first-grade violet cloud peach from his space ring. He said, "Hall master, these are some heavenly resources that Jianchen obtained from the space where he was searching for materials for Her Majesty's body. They possess extremely heaven-defying effect. This violet cloud peach with a slightly heavier color is a gift from Jianchen to the Hall Master. I hope the Hall Master can give the other one to Elder Yadrium on behalf of Jianchen as thanks for saving me back then." Yadrium politely said a few words to Jianchen before accepting the two violet cloud peaches. She did not pay too much attention to them. Jianchen could tell with a single glance that Yadrium did not treat the 2 violet cloud peaches with any importance. He could not help but say, "Please don't underestimate these 2 peaches, Your Majesty. Once I leave, you should go into seclusion as soon as possible and consume the violet cloud peaches. They are so powerful that you will definitely be pleasantly surprised." "Really?" Yadrium curiously studied the violet cloud peaches in her hand. She glanced at Jianchen in doubt. She did not believe that the violet cloud peaches would be able to bring her any pleasant surprises. This was because she was now a holy emperor. No matter how precious the heavenly resources were, they were basically useless to an expert at her level. Other than the violet cloud peaches, Jianchen also left behind 2 second-grade comprehension tea leaves and some springs of life. He told Yadrium how to consume them before leaving with Huang Luan. Jianchen stood on the Ziying sword with Huang Luan in his arms. He shot off into the distance as a streak of light, heading in the direction of the territory of the Serpent God Hall. The Ziying sword moved extremely quickly, so quickly that Jianchen was unable to see the scenery around him. He could only use the senses of his soul. Huang Luan felt like she had entered a tunnel of space as she stood on the Ziying sword. Her surroundings were a blur as far as her eyes could see. "Chen, the Ziying sword sure is fast. I never thought that the 2 swords you forged could be used like this." Huang Luan sighed emotionally as she studied the Ziying sword below her in surprise. "This is only the initial speed. As my strength increases, the speed will increase without limit." Jianchen smiled proudly. As his comprehension of the mysteries of the world could not reach the level of a holy emperor, traveling had always been a problem for him. The appearance of the Ziying sword just happened to make up for this shortcoming. Before long, Jianchen arrived in the territory of the Serpent God Hall. He stopped before a pile of ruins in the end. Chapter 1376. The Kaler tribe had been burned beyond recognition. The ground had been charred black by the flames, and pitch-black corpses could be seen scattered in the surroundings from time to time. From the traces, the Kaler tribe had been wiped out for quite a few days already. The ruins were deathly silent, without any signs of life. The autumn wind was bleak, making the ashes on the ground dance in the wind. It was a rather desolate sight. The Ziying sword flickered with violet light. It was enveloped by a dense layer of violet sword qi. Only a ball of violet light could be seen from the outside. It slowly descended under Jianchen's control, hovering 20 meters above the ground. Jianchen gently hugged Huang Luan as he stood on the Ziying sword. He slowly scanned the ruins of the Kaler tribe, remaining silent for quite some time. He could still clearly remember how bustling this place had been when he had given Kea the cultivation method of the 8 wasteland. The entire tribe had been bustling with activity, but now the bustling and powerful tribe was nowhere to be seen. It had been reduced to desolate ruins. Sigh. A while later, Jianchen let out a long sigh. He had given Kea the cultivation method of the 8 wastelands to thank Kea for his assistance back then, and he also hoped to find a successor for the 8 wastelands so that Kea could become the second 8 wastelands emperor. But now, I wonder if Kea is still alive? Jianchen thought. He did not feel any sorrow. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. A tragedy like the one that had befallen Kea's tribe happened frequently, both in the Sea Realm and on the Tianyuan continent. "Chen, do you have any friends here?" Huang Luan glanced around before turning her head to Jianchen. Jianchen said, "This used to be the home of a friend, but I didn't expect this tribe to have been attacked. I don't know if my friend is still alive." After that, Jianchen's divine sense swept out with all his might, and it enveloped an area of 150,000 kilometers as he started to search with all his might. However, he wasn't able to find Kea in the end. "Let's go." Jianchen did not continue to search. He left with Huang Luan and flew towards the Tianyuan continent. Jianchen flew with Huang Luan in the coastal region of the Tianyuan continent. In the end, they arrived at the Fire Sang Kingdom, one of the 8 great kingdoms. They directly entered the royal palace. The Huasong Kingdom was no weaker than the Qin Empire. It also had 4 saint kings, and they were the 4 imperial protector of the Huasong Kingdom. Jianxin's sudden arrival caused a huge commotion in the royal palace. The king and the 4 imperial protector personally came out to receive him. Normally, they acted in fear and trepidation before Jianxin. They spoke politely, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Jianxin directly stated his intentions. He wanted to use the space gate of the Huasong Kingdom to return to Flame City. Although he had already learned the azulate swords and could fly very quickly, the coastal region was several million kilometers away from Flame City. Using a space gate would obviously be much faster than flying on a sword. The king and the 4 imperial protector dared not disobey Jianxin's request. They even personally opened the space gate for Jianxin and politely sent Jianxin off. The king and the 4 imperial protector immediately let out a sigh of relief when Jianxin and Huang Luan vanished through the space gate. Jianxin did not give off any presents, but the 5 of them felt a mountainous pressure when they stood before Jianxin. This was psychological pressure. Imperial Protector, is Jianxin really the Holy Emperor? If he's the Holy Emperor, why does he need to use a space gate? The king wiped the sweat off his forehead as he asked the 4 Imperial Protector. The 4 Imperial Protector were unable to answer. Only a while later did one of them answer with certainty. I have an old friend who cultivates in the volcanoes of the western extremities all year round. I've received concrete news from him that Jianxin has indeed become a holy emperor. Coupled with the 2 swords nurtured by the world, the holy emperor is no longer Jianxin's opponent. Back then, Jianxin defeated the 2 holy emperors of the magical beasts in a single move. The holy emperor of the humans, the path lord of carnal desires, directly fled. The current Jianxin is no longer a regular holy emperor. As for why he wants to use a space gate to return to Flame City, I have no idea either. The king of the Fire Mulberry Kingdom gasped. He had defeated 2 saint emperors in a single move. He was so shocked that his heart had almost jumped out of his chest. However, he soon thought about how he had just come into close contact with such a supreme expert, which made him excited. He immediately spread the news that the Holy Emperor Jianxin has just arrived at the imperial palace of our kingdom. The king immediately ordered people to spread the news. Jianxin had basically become the greatest holy emperor on the Tian Yuan continent now. It was a great honor for the kingdom to have someone like that visit. It could increase their status and prestige. 20 kilometers away from raging Flame City, the space there began to distort violently. In the end, it cracked open and formed a multicolored spatial door. After Jianxin and Huang Luan stepped through the space gate, it began to slowly vanish as well. Very soon, everything returned to normal. Jianxin hovered 10 meters above the ground with his azulate swords on his back as he gazed at the city in the distance. The walls of Flame City before him were completely black, like a huge beast that crouched there silently. It gave off a sense of dominance and dignity. Above the city, a golden barrier spread out, enveloping the entire city. Only by passing through the city walls could one enter. Jianxin's eyes landed on the golden barrier, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. His gaze sharpened in a single moment, like 2 swords being unsheathed. They shone with resplendent light. This was because the ripples of energy from the golden barrier actually shocked him. The energy was just too powerful, having completely surpassed the holy emperors. An Origin Realm expert? Aside from Protector Shui and Xiao Ling of the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall, who else has reached such a level of cultivation on the Tian Yuan continent? And why would they cast down such a powerful barrier to protect the city? Jianxin was filled with doubt. He then directly flew toward the city with Huang Luan in his arms. At this moment, in the manner of raging Flame City, Bai Lian and Sima Yu were sitting around a table. They were personally teaching a chubby little boy who looked to be only 3 or 4 years old how to write. The little boy was very cute. He wore a golden robe and was bald. His entire body was golden, and there was a faint golden light flowing under his skin. He looked like a person made of gold. His big eyes were incomparably bright, flashing with an innocent light. He was practicing calligraphy with a serious expression. "Xiao Jin, tell me, what is this word?" Yu held a piece of paper in her hand as she smiled at the boy. "Heavens," the little boy replied in a childish voice, sounding a little childish. "What about this?" Bai Lian also held a piece of paper with words on it as she asked the boy. "Emperor," the boy answered accurately. "Xiao Jin sure is smart. He basically has a photographic memory. Before long, he'll be able to learn everything," Bai Lian giggled. Her gaze towards the boy was filled with love. At this moment, Bai Hai walked in from outside. He pulled Xiao Jin outside and chuckled. "Xiao Jin, you'll have plenty of time to learn how to write in the future. Come with me first. I'll teach you a new ability like this barrier. Yep, it's indeed very powerful, but there are still many flaws. For example, the protective barrier of Mercenary City has completely seeped its energy into the ground, making it as tough as steel. Come with me. I'll teach you a new use for energy." The boy did not resist. He obediently allowed Bai Hai to take him outside. Only Yu and Bai Lian grumbled from behind. "What do you know? You'll have plenty of time after you learn how to read. Right now, the most important matter is to make Flame City impregnable. At the same time, Xiao Jin can become more familiar with the use of energy," Bai Hai said righteously. He ignored the two girls' objections and left with Xiao Jin. Chapter 1377. Xiao Jin, come back. Where have you been?" Bai Hai was alarmed as he called out and chased after Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin had been with them for some time now and had always been extremely obedient. He listened to everything they said, just like an obedient child. This was the first time he had seen him act so abnormally, which made Bai Hai rather uneasy. After spending some time with Xiao Jin, Bai Hai had completely believed Xiao Jin's strength. Even though he was shocked and in disbelief that Xiao Jin was stronger than the Holy Emperor, he slowly began to accept it as time passed. Bai Hai's attitude towards Xiao Jin immediately underwent a drastic change after learning of Xiao Jin's strength. Xiao Jin was terrifyingly powerful, but he was still a child. In fact, he knew nothing like a newborn baby. As a result, Bai Hai raised Xiao Jin like his own grandson, passing on everything he knew and his comprehension of battle to Xiao Jin without holding anything back. In the end, Xiao Jin understood the many wondrous uses of energy and even the mysteries of the world. Bai Hai had taught Xiao Jin how to cast down the faint golden barrier around Flame City. Bai Hai had been overjoyed for quite some time now that an expert who had surpassed the Holy Emperor had suddenly appeared in Flame City. However, at the same time, Bai Hai felt rather afraid and worried. He did not know where Xiao Jin had come from or whether he would suddenly leave Flame City at a certain point in time. As a result, Bai Hai was extremely worried about Xiao Jin's abnormal state right now. He was afraid that Xiao Jin would never return and would leave Flame City forever. "Xiao Jin! Xiao Jin!" Sima Yu and Bai Lian's cries of alarm came from behind. They quickly ran out of the great hall as well. They looked anxiously at Little Golden, who had already disappeared, and immediately chased after her. On the streets of raging Flame City, Jianchen held Huang Luan's hand as they walked. Although they were walking, they weren't slow at all. With each step, they crossed over 100 meters. This was a kind of use of spatial force. From time to time, Jianchen would raise his head to look at the faint golden barrier in the sky. His expression became rather stern as he constantly pondered. Just who else in this world possessed such terrifying strength and was connected to Flame City? Could it be Ruijin and the others? Jianchen thought to himself. Among all the experts he knew, only the golden divine dragon Ruijin could use this kind of energy. However, the energy Ruijin used contained pure and rich dragon qi, which was obviously not present in this barrier. The streets of Raging Flame City were bustling with people coming and going. Jianchen and Huang Luan traveled along the main road, heading straight for the city lord's mansion. No one noticed them along the way. At this moment, a golden streak of light appeared with a flash. It arrived before Jianchen with unbelievable speed. Jianchen came to a halt. He stared at the person who had suddenly blocked his path with interest. Chaotic force surged within him as he prepared to take action at any time. It was a bald boy who was less than a meter tall and had a chubby face. He wore golden clothes. The boy stared at Jianchen with his large, innocent eyes that flickered with curiosity. There was some confusion in his eyes. This was because the boy could sense an extremely intimate presence from Jianchen. It was much denser than the presence he sensed from Bai Lian, Yu Yu, and Bai Hai. It was as if the presence had fused with his bloodline. At the same time, the presence enveloped him with warmth, making him feel extremely comfortable. At that moment, the boy felt like he had found the most important thing in his life as he stood before Jianchen. He did not need to touch Jianchen too much, nor did he need to communicate with him. He had already begun to treat Jianchen as someone he could rely on. Jianchen was not as relaxed as Xiao Jin when he stood before him. His face was extremely stern, and some disbelief even filled his eyes. This was because he could only see the boy before him with his eyes. He was unable to discover his existence with the senses of his soul. When he swept past the boy, there was nothing in front of him. He could not find the boy at all. The origin realm! Jianchen cried out inside. Although he was unable to tell the boy's exact strength, he knew that the boy was definitely an origin realm expert. He's completely golden, which matches the color of the barrier around Flame City. Was the barrier cast down by the boy? Jianchen thought inside. He found this to be very unbelievable. However, what confused him even more was where the boy had come from. Why had he appeared in Flame City? Huang Luan had obviously discovered Xiao Jin as well. Ever since she had entered the city, she had been focused on the scenery around her. She had been admiring the bustling city the entire time, so she had not discovered how Xiao Jin had arrived. She obviously had no idea how powerful he was. She arrived before Xiao Jin with a smile and bent down to pinch his chubby cheek. She said, "Little brother, what's your name? Where do you live? Don't run around on the streets by yourself." Huang Luan's actions made Jianchen jump in fright. This was an origin realm expert. How could he be disrespected like this? However, to his surprise, the boy did not react in an abnormal manner. Instead, he looked at Huang Luan curiously. He did not reject her, allowing her to pinch his cheeks. I'm Xiao Jin," the boy said in a childish voice. He seemed rather dumb. Jianchen pulled Huang Luan back in a hurry. He stared at Xiao Jin strangely. Was this person really an origin realm expert? "Xiao Jin, don't run. Come back. Come to Grandpa." At this moment, a rather anxious voice rang out from afar. Bai Hai flew over from the direction of the city lord's estate with lightning speed. He then grabbed Xiao Jin's hand tightly and refused to let go, as if he was afraid that Xiao Jin would suddenly run away. "Great-grandfather!" Jianchen called out in surprise. He became even more confused when he saw how close the boy was to Bai Hai. Bai Hai was completely focused on Xiao Jin, so he did not notice Jianchen standing before him. Bai Hai was stunned by Jianchen's call of great-grandfather. Only then did he raise his head to look at Jianchen. He immediately became excited, letting go of Xiao Jin and grabbing Jianchen's shoulders tightly. He laughed aloud. "My good grandson, you've finally returned." "Great-grandfather, this?" Jianchen pointed at Xiao Jin and asked in doubt. Bai Hai was in a great mood with Jianchen's return. He chuckled aloud and said, "Great-grandson, let's return to the city lord's estate. I'll tell you everything in detail." Yu Yu, Bai Lian, Bai Hai, Jianchen, Huang Luan, and Dugu Feng gathered in the city lord's estate to celebrate the return of Jianchen and Huang Luan. The table was filled with various delicacies, but none of them had any appetite. They all asked Jianchen whether the rumors about the Tian Yuan continent were true. That's right. The two holy emperors of the magical beasts have indeed been heavily injured by me. My cultivation level may not be high enough, but there's probably no one in the holy emperor realm who's my opponent in a real battle. Jianchen told them the truth. He did not hide anything. Announcing his strength would only benefit his family. At the same time, it would make the people around him feel at ease. They would not have to worry about their safety all the time. Everyone was overjoyed after receiving Jianchen's confirmation. Although there had been rumors, they were still rumors after all. Sometimes they could not be true. Only by personally confirming it would they feel at ease. At this moment, Xiao Jin ran in from outside. He sprawled himself on the chair and began wolfing down the food on the table. His innocent eyes would glance at Jianchen from time to time. Jianchen asked everyone about Xiao Jin's identity, but unfortunately, no one could answer him. Xiao Jin's identity was a mystery to them. At this moment, Yu Yu hesitated before saying, "Jianchen, my master said that Xiao Jin is a spirit born from the world. He came from the tungsten alloy mine." "What? Little gold is an innate spirit body derived from the tungsten alloy lode?" Bai Hai was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 1378. Sima Yu smiled apologetically, saying, "Little sister Bai Lian, great-grandfather, please forgive you for hiding this from you. This is because this matter is too shocking. Even when I found out about Little Golden's true identity from my master, I felt like it was a fantasy story. It was hard to accept. That is why you did not tell you about Little Golden's true identity immediately." Jianchen could not help but think of the metallic spirit's origin energy buried deep within the tungsten alloy mine after hearing Yu Yu's explanation. The sword spirits had discovered the existence of the metallic spirit long ago, but it had not matured back then, and it was hidden deep within the tough tungsten alloy mine. Even the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, Tianjian, was unable to pierce through that location, so they could only leave it there in the end. However, he had never thought that the metallic spirit's origin energy would have completely matured when he returned to Flame City. At the same time, it had undergone the heavenly tribulation and taken human form, possessing extremely great strength. For a moment, Jianchen's gaze toward Xiao Jin became rather strange after learning of his identity. He could obviously see Xiao Jin's naive side. He was just like a child who had not grown up yet. Jianchen found it rather hard to believe that such a harmless and powerless little boy was actually an origin realm expert. He had heard from the sword spirits just how impressive the metallic spirit's origin energy was and how limitless its future was. However, he had not expected Xiao Jin to be an origin realm expert as soon as he was born. After all, even in ancient times, only 5 origin realm experts had appeared. If the person from the Ice Goddess Hall was not included, there were only the humans, the sea race, the magical beasts, and the 100 races in the world. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how rare origin realm experts were. Even now, there were only 2 or 3 origin realm experts on the Tian Yuan continent. However, what confused Jianchen even more was why Xiao Jin had appeared in Flame City as soon as he had taken human form. He could clearly sense from Xiao Jin's gaze that Xiao Jin was very reliant on him. He did not reject Bai Lian and the others, which puzzled him no matter how hard he thought about it. The Tian Yuan continent is about to face a crisis. The world of Forsaken Saints is about to invade our world. We need great strength at such a crucial time, so Xiao Jin's sudden appearance is just far too important for us. However, Xiao Jin seems to lack a lot of knowledge right now, so we need to teach him a lot in the next few days, especially when it comes to battle, said Jianchen. Soon after, everyone's topic shifted from Xiao Jin to other topics. Brother Mingdong is currently cultivating in a secret room specially prepared for him in Flame City. Brother Mingdong has become a saint ruler long ago, but who knows what level of cultivation he has reached. However, Brother Mingdong's talent is even greater than great-grandfather Bai Hai's. Even great-grandfather Bai Hai sighed in amazement at his rate of cultivation. With that, Jian Chen scanned the area with the senses of his soul. As expected, he found Mingdong cultivating in a secret room 1,000 meters underground. Mingdong's strength had indeed improved extremely quickly compared to before. He had reached the 8th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler now. Jianshan then looked at the silent Dugufeng. Dugufeng was one of the earliest people to follow him. He had become friends with Mingdong in a miniature world during the tournament in Mercenary City. Dugufeng's strength was not as great as Mingdong's in the miniature world of Mercenary City, but the difference between them was not great. Now, Mingdong had become an 8th heavenly layer saint ruler while Dugufeng remained a heaven saint master. Dugufeng is a good child. While he was the disciplinary elder of the Flame Mercenaries, he made great contributions to the Flame Mercenaries, even delaying his own cultivation time. Dugufeng's contributions to the stability of the Flame Mercenaries cannot go unnoticed, Bai Hai said from one side as he looked at Dugufeng with a gaze filled with love. Yeah. I don't want Dugufeng to become too exhausted from the matters of the Flame Mercenaries and delay his own cultivation. I've tried to persuade Dugufeng to return to the clan and cultivate properly, but Dugufeng didn't stay for long before coming back. Bai Lian chimed in as well. Dugufeng had indeed contributed greatly to the development of Flame City in the past few years. My talent is nowhere near as great as Mingdong's. I won't be able to catch up to you no matter how much I cultivate. If that's the case, I might as well do some meaningful things, Dugufeng said emotionlessly. Dugufeng said expressionlessly. It was as if a smile would never appear on his resolute face. Dugufeng, you don't have to worry about cultivation. I have a way for you to undergo a complete transformation and become a holy emperor in the shortest amount of time possible. You will definitely become a holy emperor in the future, Jianshan sternly said to Dugufeng. He did not have a lot of friends that he truly trusted, and Dugufeng happened to be one of them. Afterward, Jianshan asked about the whereabouts of Little Fatty and the others. Little Fatty, Senior and Yunjing, Wang Yifeng, and the others haven't returned ever since they went to the Tianyuan continent to train. We've only received news about them from time to time. They seem to be doing quite well in the past few years, said Bai Lian. Lian passed down my orders. Get the people of the Flame Mercenaries scattered across the Tianyuan continent to search for Little Fatty and the others as soon as possible so that they can return to Flame City as soon as possible, Jianshan said. Now that the crisis was imminent, he needed to use all the resources on hand to increase the strength of the people around him. 3 days later, Bai Lian, Yu, Dugufeng, Bai Hai, Huang Luan, and Mingdong were taken to the mountain range that produced the tungsten alloy by Jianshan. However, the vast mountain range had become ordinary now. It was no longer as famous as it used to be. Ever since something had happened to the metallic spirit, it had absorbed all the metallic essence in the mountain range, reducing the tough tungsten alloy to extremely ordinary rock. Jianshan, why have you brought us here? Mingdong looked around and asked in confusion. He had just emerged from seclusion. This place is spacious enough. It's a good place. I plan on letting all of you break through here, said Jianshan. Letting all of us break through? Jianshan, have you obtained some heaven-defying heavenly resource? Mingdong's eyes lit up as he immediately became interested. Jianshan nodded, that's right. I have indeed obtained an extremely heaven-defying heavenly resource. It can allow your strength to skyrocket. Mingdong, you're already a 7th heavenly layer saint ruler, and your talent is pretty good. You can use this opportunity to break through and become a holy emperor. You might even have the slightest chance of directly becoming a saint emperor. What? Mingdong was shocked. He stared at Jianchen in disbelief. Even Yu Yu, Huang Luan, Bai Hai and Dugu Feng revealed the same expression. Jianchen did not waste any more time and immediately began to move. He first used the blood of the Hall Master Dragon God Temple to strengthen their bodies before using the holy water of the Spirit Sea to change their constitutions. Finally, he took out the heaven-connecting flowers, violet cloud peaches, and comprehension tea leaves from the artifact space to increase their strength. Chapter 1379. Mingdong, Bai Hai, and Huang Luan all possessed the strength of saint rulers, and they had already reached the peak of that level of cultivation. As a result, they refined the Hall Master Dragon God Temple's blood and holy water faster than the others, so they woke up first. Soon afterwards, Yu Yu, who had just broken through to Saint Ruler, also refined the Saint Emperor's blood and the holy water of the Spirit Sea. Her body had become much stronger after being refined by the Hall Master of the Serpent God Hall. Even her talent for cultivation and soul had undergone a complete transformation after being refined by the holy water of the Spirit Sea. She had undergone a major metamorphosis. Jianchen, what blood is this? It actually contains such great energy. With my current strength, refining this fist-sized blob of blood is still so difficult for me. Mingdong was shocked. Afterward, he looked at the heaven-connecting flowers and the pot of comprehension tea that had already been prepared. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air. He was deeply shocked by how Jianchen could take out so many treasures. I really don't know what dangerous places Jianchen went to during the years I was in seclusion to obtain so many heaven-defying heavenly resources, Mingdong thought. Mingdong thought to himself. Although he didn't recognize the heaven-connecting flower or comprehension tea, he could tell that they were extraordinary just from their fragrance. This is the blood of the Holy Emperor. I heavily injured a Holy Emperor in the Sea Realm not long ago, so I collected some of his blood along the way. The Holy Emperor was a deep-sea serpent dragon, so his blood will be very useful to you, said Mingdong. Afterwards, he placed the 5th-grade violet cloud peach and the tea he had prepared before the three of them. He said, "These are violet cloud peaches. A single one can increase your strength by over 2,000 years. This comprehension tea can help you comprehend the mysteries of the world. Drink them all." The blood of the Holy Emperor had already shocked Mingdong, but when he heard about the almost heaven-defying effects of the violet cloud peach and comprehension tea, he immediately became dumbfounded. Even Bai Hai and Yu Yu were the same. A peach that could increase their strength by over 2,000 years and a cup of tea that could help them comprehend the mysteries of the world. They had never even heard of such wondrous things before, let alone seen them. Mingdong, Bai Hai, and Yu Yu followed Jianchen's instructions rather numbly and consumed the violet cloud peach and comprehension tea together. As soon as the peach reached their stomachs, it turned into a tremendous energy that filled their limbs. The three of them immediately began to refine the energy as hard as they could. Jianchen looked at Bai Lian and Dugufeng. Bai Lian was still an Earth Saint Master, while Dugufeng was a Heaven Saint Master. The difference between them and Yu Yu and the other two was extremely great. Even though he had given them less blood from the Holy Emperor, it was still extremely difficult to refine. Both of their expressions were very solemn, occasionally showing signs of pain. Their bodies were trembling slightly, and it was obvious that they were suffering a great deal of pain. Jianchen paid close attention to the two of them. He was already prepared to send them into the artifact space as soon as something went wrong. He wanted to prevent any accidents from happening to them while refining the Holy Emperor's blood. An hour later, Dugufeng finally woke up. He had benefited tremendously from refining the Holy Emperor's blood. Not only had his body become much more powerful, but even his strength had increased from the 2nd cycle to the 4th cycle. Jianchen did not let Dugufeng rest. He immediately fed him the violet cloud peach and comprehension tea so that he could undergo the final increase in strength. 2 hours later, Bai Lian finally woke up as well. Her face was rather pale and she was exhausted. She was the weakest, only an Earth Saint Master, so refining the Holy Emperor's blood was extremely difficult. However, the benefits were unquestionable. She had gone from the 3rd cycle to the peak of the 6th cycle. Fortunately, the violent energy in the Holy Emperor's blood had been completely worn away, or Bai Lian would not have been able to refine it at all. Just consuming a single droplet of the Holy Emperor's blood would have been enough to kill her, let alone refine it. A single droplet of blood from a few powerful immortals could kill a Holy Emperor. Similarly, a droplet of blood from a Holy Emperor could easily kill an Earth Saint Master. Very soon, Bai Lian consumed the Violet Cloud Peach and Comprehension Tea as well. She entered a deep state of cultivation. Although the 5th grade Violet Cloud Peach possessed a tremendous amount of energy that did not match its size, absorbing all of it was not something an ordinary person could do. It depended on the person's talent and strength. Jianshan cultivated the chaotic body, so he required an extremely tremendous amount of energy. At the same time, he could refine energy at an incomparable rate, so he could completely absorb a 5th grade Violet Cloud Peach. However, this was not the case for the people before him. Even the extremely talented Ming Dong and Yu Yu could only absorb a portion of the energy within the peach. At this moment, a white mist condensed from pure energy drifted out from their bodies before dispersing into the surroundings. The white mist that was formed by the Yuan Qi was very thick and had already covered their figures. Looking from afar, their bodies seemed to be wrapped in a giant white cocoon. Jianshan was helpless against this situation. He could only watch helplessly because he did not possess the strength to seal off the tremendous amount of energy. He had already learnt from the sword spirits that sealing off the energy within the Violet Cloud Peach required the methods of immortals. As the energy from the Violet Cloud Peach drifted into the surroundings, the energy of the world in the mountain range became denser. It continued to rise at all times. Jianshan sat on a mountain nearby with his twin swords on his back. He used the senses of his soul to observe the surroundings as he watched over them while comprehending the sword. He had yet to completely comprehend the sword techniques that the sword spirits had taught him. A few days later, 3 tremendous presences suddenly appeared. Ming Dong, Huang Luan, and Bai Hai all broke through to Holy Emperor. They caused rainbow clouds to envelop the sky, covering a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. Moreover, the rainbow clouds were stacked on top of one another. They shone with resplendent rainbow light, illuminating the entire world. The entire region was dyed in rainbow colors. Jianshan stood up. With a wave of his hand, a gentle energy immediately surged over, wrapping around Dugu Feng and Bai Lian. He sent them to another location so that they would not be disturbed by the 3 of them breaking through. The rainbow clouds in the sky caused a great commotion on the Tian Yuan continent. The appearance of a holy emperor was still an extremely important matter to the various experts of the continent. After all, holy emperors were rare right now, so the value of a holy emperor was even more apparent. Another person has become a holy emperor. Fantastic. We just happen to need the power of a holy emperor right now. Many holy emperors in Mercenary City looked in the direction of Flame City. No, the rainbow clouds seem to be stacked on top of one another. Are there 3 holy emperors at the same time? Songqiong, the holy emperor of the Peng clan, was the first to discover the abnormality of the rainbow cloud. He was surprised. That's right. There are indeed 3 layers of rainbow clouds stacked on top of one another. Although we can't see the clouds because we're too far away, I can clearly sense them, said a great perfection expert. Surprise filled his face. It was very rare for 3 people to become holy emperors at the same time. That seems to be the direction of Flame City. Has a saint ruler of the Flame mercenaries broken through? Not necessarily. There's a hermit clan and an ancient clan in that direction as well. It might be one of them. Many holy emperors discussed the matter in Mercenary City. 3 holy emperors had appeared on the Tianyuan continent all of a sudden. This was no small matter, so no one was able to remain calm. However, they only discussed it casually. This matter was not enough to attract their attention, unless a holy emperor broke through. Mingdong, Baihai, and Huangluan had all become saint kings with the help of the violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea. The presences from the 3 of them were as vast as the ocean, sweeping through the surroundings and causing violent winds to kick up. Even the rainbow clouds in the sky were affected, causing them to churn.